Yeah. Hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon for some. It's Friday. Welcome to the third day, the last day of the virtual fellowship fair. For those who are coming in, we're going to go through a few announcements and then we'll get started with our day. I know we have a packed agenda. Hey, Christina. This is, as I said, our last day of our virtual fellowship fair. My name's Millie Nellums. I'm the program coordinator here at NCHL, which is the National Center for Healthcare Leadership, and I oversee the National Council on Administrative Fellowships, which you know is NCAF, which is in the title of the event. I'd like to welcome you to the third and final day. All in all, this summer, we have seen, and by the end of today, we'll have seen 30 presentations from recruiting fellowship sites from all across the country. Before we get started, we're going to go through just a few announcements and housekeeping notes for all of you. Um, for announcements, we have some very exciting upcoming events planned. You'll definitely not want to miss out on them. First, the exciting event for fellowship sites, grad program students, fellows, emerging leaders. We're excited to announce that NCAF will be hosting our virtual summit on August 19th. Through leadership conversations, career coaching, peer exchange, fellowship site perspectives, and discussions on technology and the evolving healthcare environment, attendees will get a chance to network and gain practical insights on the next generation of healthcare leadership. Tickets for students are only $15 right now, so make sure to register as soon as possible. Um, and by attending, you'd also get exclusive access to our 2026 interview prep guide for healthcare early careers, which is made from direct input from fellowship sites. So, if you're here, you're probably interested in a fellowship. It could be a great tool for you to use. So I'm going to drop the link to that in the chat if you're interested in registering. Next, our Leadership Excellence Networks, or LENS, is hosting our annual Leadership Excellence Summit in Chicago this year, November 16th and 17th. This year's theme is Moving from Insight to Impact. This is a dynamic event for healthcare leadership with opportunities to network and explore deeper engagement with topics on workforce strategy across people, operations, and technology and how they impact our industry. So I'm going to drop the link for that in the chat as well. Finally, not an event, but a very exciting opportunity. The submission form for our NAFCAS application fee grant is open. This fee grant is to help reduce barriers and expand access for early career fellowship opportunities. This grant is made possible through donor support and reflects our very direct commitment to strengthening the future of healthcare leadership opportunities. So the application is the grants will be awarded on or by August 19th. So if you're interested, please be sure to apply as soon as possible. And I'm going to drop the link in the chat. You'll also get these links spread out throughout the day. Really at the top of every single session, you'll see a link, another link that I'm about to drop in the chat right now. That goes straight to a Canva page where you can click through all these links. So just in case you lose it, it's here. It's also on our LinkedIn. Now, for a bit of housekeeping, I'll be online throughout the entire fellowship fair. If you have any questions, please feel free to send me a direct DM or private message, whatever you call it. While it's not required, we do encourage attendees to have their cameras on and come off mute when they have questions. We do understand, though, if you're sticking around for the whole event, you may need some breaks. So, feel free to turn your camera off when needed and write questions in the chat when you feel moved. This is definitely your chance to make an excellent first impression on the people who might be, your future colleagues, collaborators, mentors, or co-fellows. So we have 1 minute left. I just flew through those announcements. If you have any questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and go on mute, and I'm going to pass the floor over to the team at Fresenius. Alicia, the floor is all yours.
Thanks so much, Malia. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Alicia Sandrick, and I'm the Director of Talent acquisition programs and projects here at Fresenius Medical Care. So I'm excited to share with you a little bit about our organization and our fellowship for 2027. So I'd like to begin by just sharing some information about what makes Fresenius Medical Care who we are and what makes us a dialysis provider of choice. So our journey began in 1996 when Fresenius Worldwide Dialysis and National Medical Care merged to form Fresenius Medical Care. That merger marked our entry into vertical integration and laid the foundation for the company that we are today. Innovation has continued to define our path. So in 1998, we introduced single-use dialyzers as the new standard in the United States, advancing both patient safety and quality of care. And in 2005, we launched the 5008 dialysis platform, and just 1 year later, strengthened our position through acquisition of Renal Care Group. So over the years, we've continued to invest in technologies and capabilities that improve the lives of patients with kidney disease. In 2012, we celebrated the production of our 500,000th dialysis machine. By 2019, we expanded into home dialysis, critical care, and value-based care through acquisition of Next Stage Company. And by 2022, we helped create FMOL Health, which is a partnership focused on transforming kidney care through value-based care models. Most recently, we received FDA approval for the 5008X dialysis machine and became the first company in the United States to receive approval for high-volume hemodiafiltration therapy. So this advanced treatment has the potential to improve patients' quality of life and recovery following dialysis treatments. We're currently implementing this technology across our clinics nationwide, and we will also make it available to other providers, just because our commitment extends well beyond our own organization, as our goal is to advance kidney care for all patients. So today, Fresenius Medical Care is proud to be a global leader in kidney care, serving patients around the world through innovation, clinical excellence, and commitment to improving outcomes. And as we look to the future, we've launched recently our new global strategy, which is called FME Reignite. And it's designated to accelerate growth, strengthen profitability, and create long-term value. And we do it by 3 pillars. So we want to make sure that we reignite the core by strengthening our core business through operational excellence and performance optimization, reignite growth and innovation. So we're investing in research and development, and we're bringing innovative solutions to patients and our providers. And then the last one is reignite our culture. So we're investing in our people. We're expanding the use of AI and digital capabilities and continuing our journey to become an employer of choice. So really this commitment to innovation and that continuous improvement and putting patients first is what has shaped Fresenius Medical Care for nearly 3 decades. And that's what we will continue to drive with the success ahead. So I mentioned that before, but one of the things that makes us truly unique is that we are a vertically integrated organization. So that means that we don't just deliver care, we support every part of the kidney care journey from beginning to end, making us over a $22.5 billion company in revenue. We provide dialysis services in our own centers as well as through home therapy options, ensuring that patients have access to the right care in the right setting. Beyond dialysis, we also provide bundled services that include vascular access, pharmacy support, and pharmaceutical offerings. One of the products on the product side, we're not only a service provider, but we're also an innovator. So we develop and deliver dialysis machines. We also provide those dialysis machines to our competitors. We also develop the single-use dialyzers and a suite of digital solutions to enhance care delivery. So all of those tools really help us improve efficiency and safety to ultimately with ultimately one goal of to improve patients' outcomes. To expand a little bit on how we lead in kidney care services, I wanted to touch base on our three segments. Those are care delivery, value-based care, and care enablement. In care delivery, we care for around 300,000 dialysis patients globally, and we have performed about 44 million treatments just last year. The best part that we're very proud of is that almost 80% of our patients say that they'd recommend us as a provider of choice. In value-based care, we're ranked also number one. So we manage about $7 billion in medical costs and have over 2,200 aligned nephrologists working with us. And all 10 of the top scoring organizations in the KCC, which stand for Comprehensive Kidney Care Contracting Program, all of them are part of our network, which really shows that strength of our partnership and impact in the US. And when it comes to care enablement, we lead the way as a medtech company. About half of all dialysis patients around the world use our products. So in 2024 alone, we sold 174 million dialyzers and held 40% of global market share in hemodialysis products. One second, because my slide doesn't want to progress. What? All right. So why Fresenius Medical Care? So what makes us unique is that we are vertically integrated, and we do that. We do more than just provide care. So we manufacture dialysis equipment, supply medications. So our work spans everything from the machines and treatments to the care delivered in the clinics. Globally, we operate at about 3,600 clinics in around 40 countries, and we employ more than 110,000 people. In the US, we have more than 2,600 centers and over 70 team members. So as you can say, a huge chunk of our business is here in the US. And while we are a global organization, we're very deeply rooted in local communities, and that's what helps us understand the needs of our patients, need of our employees, and the communities that we serve. So everything we do is centered on improving patient outcomes. So whether someone works in manufacturing, pharmacy, or in strategy or direct patient care, we all contribute to the same mission. And we also show up when it matters the most. During hurricanes or public health crisis, our teams move quickly to keep patients safe and ensure their treatment continue, which is something that we're very proud of and we've received multiple awards on. And from 2021 through 2024, Newsweek named us one of the most loved workplaces. And in 2025, we were recognized for it on a global level. So as a fellow, you'll be a part of a global mission-driven organization delivering life-sustaining care and shaping the future of kidney health. Our fellows don't just sit on the sidelines. From day one, they contribute to meaningful work. They get exposure to our full care delivery model, from clinical operations and patient experience to strategy and innovation. You would also get to the opportunity to work alongside our leaders across different parts of the organization, whether you're supporting new initiatives, solving operational challenges. You would gain a real-world understanding of how a complex healthcare organization runs at scale. All right, so now I'd love to take a moment just to talk a little bit about our benefits. So we believe that caring for our people is just as important as caring for our patients. And that's why we offer medical, dental, and vision plans. We also offer telehealth options, mental health resources, and wellness programs to help everybody stay healthy and balanced. We also recognize that healthcare careers can be emotionally demanding. And that's why we provide multiple employee assistance programs, counseling services, wellness coaches. And we also support mental health, not just for you, but we also offer it to your family. In addition to competitive pay, we offer a 401k with company match, life and disability insurance, FSA accounts, and financial wellness tools. And what I think stands out for fellows is that one of the most exciting things is that we don't just offer a job, but we really truly want to offer you a path. So you'd have access to leadership development programs, internal mobility, and mentorship opportunities. We also know how important time away from work is, which is why we offer PTO, paid holidays. We also offer volunteer days. And we also support family life and benefits like maternity and paternity leave. So, just to turn to U.S. Care Delivery Healthcare Leadership Fellowship Program that we have. This program, so this is the second year that we are offering fellowships. Last year was our inaugural year, and really it is designed for recent graduate in healthcare management. And really what we want to do is ensure that we provide you not with just comprehensive learning, but also development experience. This year, we're probably looking to hire between 2 to 4 fellows, and they can be located nationwide. Although, given that we have a nationwide footprint, we're able to pair the fellows with local leaders for this experience. So the fellowship is not about really short-term exposure. Our goal is to place fellows in a leadership role post fellowship. So we definitely want to make sure that we invest in those that we selected for this opportunity, teach them from day one about our operations and the leadership skills so that after 1 year, they're ready for the leadership position. Maybe let me just go back because I haven't mentioned the hybrid role. So given that we are nationwide and we can hire fellows anywhere, how we're looking at placements is we will place you close to our leadership. There will be no relocations, but you'll be placed near our clinics. We would match you with the clinics nearby you. So this is a hybrid role, meaning that you would work from home on certain days when it's not necessary to be in clinics or meetings, and then you would be attending any of the necessary meetings or operational calls from our clinics that are nearby. So I'm very happy to introduce you to our 2 first fellows. So last year, Francis Schulenberg and Pinky Kumari both accepted offers for our fellowship, and they just started in June, on June 21st with us. Francis is coming from New York University, and Pinky's coming from University of North Texas. So just to kind of explain to you how this all came to life, once we selected our fellows, we then matched them with the regional vice presidents and their operations on the local level. And together we have developed the rotational program. We've listened to them. What are their interests? What is it that they really want to learn about? And we were able to customize those rotations based on their interests. So this is what the rotation program looks like right now. So they just recently started in patient operations. I just spoke with both fellows yesterday, and they were coming home from Atlanta, where they were attending a director of operation training with our teams. After first 13 weeks, they will transition to business development and admissions. After that, they will also go through rotations in managed care, revenue cycle. And at the end, we also have an opportunity for them to experience another sector of our business, that care enablement. So they'll get to go to Knoxville, Tennessee, to visit with our manufacturing teams and see how manufacturing side of the business works. They will conclude their rotations with a capstone program and, of course, those fellowship reflections, right? So by that time, we are hoping to have roles identified for them within our leadership positions. So I do want to touch on our global values, just because those values reflect who we are and who we aspire to be. And at the very best, we are guided by three core principles, which are we care, we connect, and we commit. So we care means showing empathy, compassion, and support for our patients, our colleagues, and of course ourselves. Reconnect is about building trust through collaboration, open communication, and meaningful relationships. And we commit reflects our dedication to taking ownership, staying focused, and driving meaningful results. So we do all of that with passion for patient care. So our values come to life in every patient interaction, whether we're delivering treatments, solving challenges, or supporting each other. Our shared passion is what makes that difference. So we bring those core values to life, and just to share some ways how, I wanted to say that we truly believe that our greatest strength is our people. We of course have great technology and smart strategies, but it's our nurses, our technicians, and support teams who really bring everything to life each day. And one of the best parts of working here is how connected we are, no matter where you're located. So those are pictures of our teams from US, Europe, Asia. And as you can tell, we are all finding the same sense of purpose and care. We are a global team with shared values. So when it comes to supporting patients and supporting each other and our teams, we bring heart to everything that we do. And that's because healthcare is always changing. And we're not just reacting to it, but we're always staying ahead of it. So our people are always encouraged to keep up with new trends, new policies, and innovations just to help lead the way forward. We also don't settle on how things have always been. So our teams always aim high. They're always looking for ways to improve lives, rethink how care is delivered, and raise that bar across the industry. So earlier I mentioned our award-winning disaster response team. So just to share a little bit more about what makes their work so impactful. For dialysis patients, in case you're not haven't met anybody on dialysis, which I hope you didn't, but for dialysis patients, missing treatment can be life-threatening. So when a disaster happens, our teams act quickly to keep treatments running, while also making sure that our employees are safe and supported. So we work closely with emergency operations centers, with the government agency, and first responders to help us prioritize essential resources like fuel, water, and transportation. So, for example, after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, we helped evacuate 89 patients from St. Thomas in Puerto Rico to South Florida. We also partnered with CMS to open a new clinic in just few days, and that process typically takes about 90 days. During Hurricane Harvey, which was the historic flooding that left patients stranded in Houston, we partnered with a duck boat company to transport them safely to clinics, and we also worked with Amazon to help employees replace essential household items lost in the storm. Following Hurricane Katrina, we provided treatment to more than 7,000 displaced patients, including over 1,000 patients who were not even in part of our network. So these are just some of the examples of how our teams step up during the crisis. But as always, we move quickly. We find creative solutions and just keep, our patients and employees at the center of every decision that we make. And just to wrap it up, I just wanted to share some of the images of our rapid response team in action. So once again, our mission is to deliver care to every patient worldwide every day. And really, our teams are demonstrating that courage and compassion and creativity when it comes to when challenges arise, because we know that our patients and our employees always depend on us. So for fellows, this is a powerful example of what it means to work in healthcare. Working for Fresenius Medical Care is really more than just a job. It's a responsibility to be there for people that we care for people who need us. And we want to make sure that whoever joins our team shares the same mission as we do. All right. Are there any questions? I know we've covered a lot, lots of history, but does anybody have any questions? Serena?
Hi, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I'm a little bit curious about the rotation-based program format. Do fellows get the opportunity to work with execs on like projects while they're within those rotations, or what's the format like?
Yes. So the goal is to have in every rotation, they will go through a training that someone new to the department would go through. Once the training is completed, that's when we start involving them in projects. So, for example, one of the projects that the fellows will most likely be involved in shortly in our operations is reducing cancellations treatment cancellations. So yes, so they will be involved in hands-on projects with our leaders, and those are the real projects that our organization is currently working on.
Thank you.
Of course, great question. Shreyans?
Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm Shyam Singh. I'm an administrative intern at Johns Hopkins Medicine. And my question was regarding mentorship opportunities and what does that look like during the fellowship program?
Sure. Great question. So we partner. So our fellows report to regional vice presidents. So whatever they're located, the regional vice president responsible for that market would be their manager. However, during each rotation, they are partnered with a lead. So that could be a manager or director who will be leading them through those rotations. On top of that, we partner them with our group vice presidents of operations who are their mentors. So the mentors, we have a standardized platform. It's called MentorClick, and that's what we use for mentoring our fellows. It's the same platform we use for all of our leaders, but they are partnered with those GVPOs, and they have monthly meetings with them to talk about their personal, right? Development path and what is it that they're looking for, and they're helping them get there. MentorClick provides them with all of the materials as well. We also have what's called the university, which is our internal learning and development program. And fellows also received access to the full platform with some of the required trainings that we want them to do to help them with their developmental processes moving forward. But anything from like, how do you lead your teams? How do you manage, conflicts at work? How do you become a better leader, right? How do you become a listening leader? So all type of trainings and courses that we have for our employees are also available to fellows.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome. All right. So in that case, just letting you know that our application is live on NAFGAS. So if you're interested, we're more than happy to review your application. And those applications will be collected until September 10th. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alicia. If anybody has any,
what positions or pipelines will be available to stay within the organization? So depending how they're doing through their rotations, right? So I know I only have a minute. So quick, like Francis, for example, our fellow is interested in research, right? We didn't plan for research during our rotations, but we did connect her with our RRI, which is the Renor Research Institute leaders, and she did attend some meetings within our research, right? So if that's something that she's interested in, we'll see if we can find her a placement there. But the roles that we're really looking for them, given they don't have direct reports yet, we don't want to really put them in a director of operations role where they're responsible for 50 people right away. But for example, facility administrator, which is like a manager over a clinic, one clinic. So that's kind of the role that we would, kind of imagine for them. And then our rotations locations determined before the fellowship begins, or they selected based on the location is determined based on where you live. So there's no relocation really. There's some travel involved, right? That's of course covered by us, but you would be partnered with local operators. If you look us up, you'll see that probably within 20 to 40 minutes from your house, there's a dialysis clinic for Fresenius. So we would be looking at local operators, right? Do we have strong leadership in that market? And then partnering with them.
Thank you so much, Alicia. Again,
Thank you.
as she mentioned, they're live on NAFCAST, so you can find any additional information and a way to reach out to them on there. Um, we are right at time. We're moving along well. So I'm gonna throw over. I see Brittany on the call, so I'll throw it over to the team at FMOL. Thanks, Alicia.
Thanks so much for having me, and what a wonderful presentation to come after. So the bar is set high, but I'm so happy to be here today. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, and let me just move it into my slideshow. Okay, perfect. Everybody can see everything okay?
Yep, let's go.
All right, perfect. So welcome this morning. I am Brittany Adams. I am the Administrative Fellowship Program Manager for FMOL Health. We are serving Louisiana and Jackson, Mississippi. We are a Catholic healthcare organization, and while we welcome, treat all, and respect all cultures and religions, we are very much rooted in God's healing and spiritual presence for each other, the patients we serve, our leadership, and the communities that we're privileged to serve as well. You will hear it. We do offer that within our hospitals, whether it's a daily mass or any type of religion that you feel called to or feel called to serve, we also are able to offer that to our patients as well. I wanted to kind of start off a little bit differently, I think, than some of our other webinar participants, and I kind of want to show you our past cohorts. So we just had a new cohort start in July, but I thought that it would be wonderful to show our fellowship pathways and kind of where they led into after the fellowship. With FMOL Health, we are very passionate about making sure that you have a well-rounded fellowship opportunity and that you feel called to stay with FMOL Health. We feel called to keep you, and we want to make sure that we put you in a placement that you feel like you can succeed in. So I'll go ahead and start with our 2 system fellows. That is going to be our corporate fellowship. It's a 2-year program. And so Tion and Caroline are currently in their 2nd year on there. So they're senior administrative fellows, and they're actually working their ways into interim roles that they will eventually be placed into. We have Lajmi, who is actually in our physician practices now. She's a manager of women's services. She's coming out of Our Lady of the Lords, which is in our Lafayette market. Then we have Sai, who, after he completed his hospital rotation, he is now an administrative manager of strategy at St. Francis Health, which is located in Monroe, Louisiana. Anna Grace is our manager of patient experience and doing a wonderful job over here at the lake in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And then we have Miguel, who is over support services. So I want you to think of that like case management, volunteers, everything like that. And he is over at St. Dominic Health, and that's going to be in Jackson. Our preceptors, we think, is really what makes us stand out during this process. So while you will have a wonderful array of mentors, support, and rotations with senior and executive leadership, these are our primary preceptors for FMOL Health. With our system ones at the corporate level, our preceptors are EJ Kuiper, which is our CEO. We have Hunter Richardson, which is our CAO. And then we're going to move into our market one. So when I say market, I am talking about our hospital administration. And that is speaking of Our Lady of the Lake. That market is going to be our Baton Rouge and outer lying areas. And that is Logan. It's our COO who will be supporting you out there, along with our market president, which is Chuck Spicer, very tenured market president on there. And as a tag team, they do wonderful work over here. For Our Lady of Lords, which is in our Lafayette market and surrounding areas, we have Christy Pierce, who is actually a graduate of a fellowship herself, along with our market president over there, Stephanie Manson. We have Kevin Saleh in St. Francis. So that is going to be Monroe and our surrounding areas over there. Wonderful man and wonderful team that he has over there. We are actually transitioning. So while Dr. Galat is the market president, we are actually going to be sharing a market president with Jackson, Mississippi. So Jeremy Antonello is going to be over there. John DeSantis is our COO of St. Dominic over there in Jackson, with Jeremy as his market president. And then this new year, we're so excited. We have a pilot program right now with our FMOL Health medical group, and we are so excited to be able to offer a fellowship on our outpatient clinic side as well. And your preceptor would be our SVP of operations for our medical group. I wanted to share a little bit about FMOL and our story. So the Franciscan missionaries of Our Lady of Health, traces back to the 1800s, and our Franciscan sisters began their healing ministry in France before they came over. They actually came over to Monroe, and that's where they were able to develop the start of what we have today. So in 1911, they brought that mission of compassionate care to Louisiana, and they kind of laid the foundation of what would become one of the region's leading healthcare systems. And we're very proud of that history and rooted in it. At every one of our markets, every one of our training, we always have sisters present on there who are allowed to pray over us and make sure that we lead with integrity and compassion in everything that we do. Today, FMOL Health serves the communities across Louisiana and Mississippi through our different hospitals, clinics, physician networks, outpatient, integrated healthcare service, any of our point of access care, free healthcare clinics. We're committed to faith-based, patient-centered care at everything that we do. Our mission is always guided by St. Francis of Assisi, and we keep the tradition of the Roman Catholic Church. We seal the healing ministry of Jesus Christ people, especially to those most in need. We call forth all who serve this healthcare ministry to share their gifts and talents to create that real spirit of healing, a reverence, and a love for all life, with joyfulness and spirit and humility and justice for all that's entrusted into our care. We are, with God's help, a healing and spiritual presence for each other and for the communities that we're privileged to serve. And I know that seems like just reading off a slide, but I really want you to take that in a little bit, because this is really at the core of who we are and how we serve here in South Louisiana and Mississippi. Our values are very important to us. We are service-based. Medical care is very much a people business, and we want to make sure that we remember that, not only as a reverence and love for all of life, but it is a service, and a service that we are privileged to be able to serve to our communities. A joyfulness in spirit, knowing that we're meeting people sometimes at the lowest point in their life, and we want to make sure that we're serving them with respect, integrity, humility. And we also want to just recognize the justice and that we support the same that we do in affluent communities and we do into our rural health. The reach of our ministry. So while we like to say we're small but mighty, and that's because while we serve these certain markets and these are our hospitals in this area, we also have outer lying areas that I'll be able to share on the next slide. In Acadiana, we're missing it on here as they're going through a transition, but we have Our Lady of Lourdes, which is our flagship regional medical center. Across the street in Acadiana, we also have Women's and Children's, which is a wonderful adjustment to us. In 2019, we started bringing them over. Wonderful addition, and we're doing such great work there, especially in our NICU. We just experienced an expansion over there, and also with mother and baby. So it's wonderful to be able to see how many more people we're able to help in our community. We also have Heart Hospital. So we have taken on a little bit of a transition, but down the road, we have our Heart Hospital, which has, cutting edge technology for cardiac care in Lafayette and Acadiana region. We are able to have not only patient rooms there so we can support ongoing surgeries, but also outpatient care as well. In Baton Rouge, we have Our Lady of the Lake, which is going to be our flagship regional medical center here. We also have Our Lady of the Lake Children's right across the street, along with FRANU, which is our university under the hood of Our Lady of the Lake. We serve them with a ton of clinical and allied health careers, and we're so lucky to have them in our backyard. In Jackson, Mississippi, we have St. Dominic, which is wonderful because it is an underserved community in a lot of those outer lying areas, and we're doing some great work there of point of access care. And then in Northeast Louisiana, we have Monroe. When it comes to our ministry, I like to say, like I said, small but mighty, but we are caring for 2 million plus a year here in Louisiana and Mississippi. We have 10 hospitals, over 2,000 licensed patient beds. We've grown now from our acquisitions. We have over 20,000 team members, but along with our contract help, our physician groups, and all of that, we're actually sitting a little over 30,000 now and growing, almost at warp speed, it feels like the last 2 years, along with now pushing over 1,900 providers in those areas, including physicians and advanced practice providers. I want to pivot a little bit and now talk about what you're here for. So while we have a wonderful health system, I really want to hone in on our fellowship program and let you know a little bit about what we're working with throughout that program. Our program objectives are really to make sure that we're developing those leadership and management competencies while you're throughout their program, whether it's going to be on our corporate side, our hospital side, or our medical group side. Building a strong foundation in healthcare leadership with hands-on experience, mentorship every step of the way, and exposure to these executive level decision-making, strategic planning, and growth planning is highly crucial to your competencies. We want to make sure that you're seeing what's happening at the top down so you can really understand why we're making these decisions we are making when you're in your roles after fellowship. We want to make sure that you're gaining comprehensive healthcare knowledge. That's making sure that you really have a deep understanding of the health system itself, operations from financial, clinical, operational, and just understand that we are structuring your rotation based on making sure that you get that comprehensive knowledge that you're yearning for throughout this fellowship. Part of the reason that people join fellowships is to accelerate their professional growth. So while a lot of people coming out of their master's programs are able to look at a health system or a clinic system and say, hey, listen, I'm ready for the next step. I'm coming with this knowledge, this background. Here's my educational experience. What we really focus on is that we're able to accelerate that professional growth by 2 to 5 years. And so cultivating those skills and that confidence of yourself through this healthcare executive fellowship program really allows us to individualize the development planning, feedback, and engagement with those senior leaders that are able to provide that mentorship and guide you into maybe you'll see yourself most successful. It is going to provide a meaningful professional network for you. So you will really be working those interdisciplinary teams and leaders across the entire health system. So whether you choose the hospital-based operations clinic or the system, really understanding and having a network of these high-level executives and leaders across the entire system is going to set you up for long-term success, and also just build your confidence throughout knowing that you have people in your corner on your team that you can go to and really receive the feedback that you need to be successful, and also just to launch a better career in healthcare administration. Our goal is for you to emerge from the fellowship position as an impactful leader, okay? That you're going to be equipped with the knowledge and the experience to be able to take on certain projects and grow within your career. We're proud now, like I said, to offer the medical group. We have one program that we like to say we have 3 tracks or 3 pathways, and I kind of want to touch on each one of them for you. For our system fellowship, this is going to be our 2-year program, very much embedded in the health system itself, and it's going to provide a broader enterprise-wide perspective. So what does that mean? That really means like the entire system as a whole. The system is running the markets are running the clinic side of their really how do we make sure that you get a broad perspective into things like strategy, compliance, legal affairs, philanthropy, government. So many things are changing at that level. We want to make sure that you understand that this 2-year is probably 5 years packed into a 2-year. We structure your fellowship and that rotation schedule knowing that we are going to have certain times where it's going to be heavy in March for this. It's going to be the end of the fiscal year for that. It's going to be and placement of we're waiting for joint commission. System fellowship is very much so based on the actual years in which you're going to be in the fellowship, which is wonderful that we are able to tailor it for that. Your preceptors are going to be that health system CEO and the CAO. So very high level executives that you'll be going through this fellowship with. We also have a hospital fellowship, which is going to be a 1 year. It's going to be embedded in the daily operations of the actual hospitals themselves within a single market. Okay, so you're going to be working on site. You could be patient facing in the departments that support patient facing and gaining really hands-on experience in throughput, service line management, clinical workflows, and performance improvement. Okay, patient advocacy. For our medical group fellowship, that is also going to be a 1 year program, okay, but it's going to be embedded in the daily operations of individual outpatient clinics across multiple markets. Okay, so our medical group, while you will be headquartered out of Baton Rouge and answering to our SVP of our medical group, you will be responsible for working in and out of the outpatient clinics that support all of our markets. So that's Baton Rouge, Acadiana, Monroe, and Jackson. It's really going to allow you to work alongside those physician partners, service lines, and you're going to be working in clinical operations and workflow, service line management, and you're going to be heavily focused in provider relations. So think, recruitment, performance-based, also retention post that. So we really want to make sure that not only are we gaining qualified providers to serve our communities, we also want to make sure that we keep them after the fact. For our system fellowship, I kind of wanted to give an overview of the rotations that you would be looking at and the timeline that you would be looking at doing so. So for the first month, 1 through 12, you're going to find yourself meandering through all of these different rotations, sometimes sharing months with certain ones. On month 12 through 18, I like to make sure that we have people in your extended rotation, and then the 18 through 24 will be putting you in that interim role. So that's a role that you feel like with you and yourself, with the preceptor, of really guiding you into those next steps to set you up for success in the role that you'll be going into. For our hospital fellowship, these are the rotations that you would be going through. On here, we really highly focus on month 1 through 9 of going through these rotations, and month 10 through 12 of actually being in that interim role for next steps for you. There's just some of our pictures of our hospital systems just to give you a nice aesthetic overview of the places and the communities that you'd be serving. And then for our medical group fellowship, it's going to look a lot like the hospital side, but based in clinic. And so month 1 through 9, you'll be working through these different rotations. And then the 10 to 12, you'll also be working in that interim role. So are you going into risk management, quality? Are you going to be working in revenue cycle? Those types of things. When it comes to our fellowship structure, we're a little bit unique, which I really love on here, is we have an executive sponsor of our chief HR officer. Not only is she tenured with the system, but highly aware of how our different business lines and our markets work. So she is our executive sponsor. You're going to have me as the program manager. FMOL Health is going to be that next hood for our 2 system admin fellows. And then we'll each have an admin fellow underneath that COO at that market when we talk about hospital operations and then our medical group. I kind of like to highlight a little bit on here. These are our past fellows and kind of where they're at now, which I think is so wonderful to see. Very notable coming out of our Acadiana market on there for Our Lady of Lourdes for our hospital administrations, both Christy Pierce and Stephanie Manson are products of administrative fellowships. And we have, Stephanie as the president of our Acadiana market and Christy as the COO of Lourdes. There, we also have Brian, who is our VP of Our Lady of the Lake Children's Hospital of Operations over there doing amazing work. We have 2 at the bottom who came out of it from the system and is now over business operations. we have a good mix on here of clinic. You'll see that they overlap. So just because you go through one of these pathways doesn't mean you stay in one of those pathways. You could certainly take an interest and cross over. And with all those professional relationships and mentorships during the program, you would actually have, a face and a name to know that you could talk to when you were thinking about crossing over. So for our qualifications, you're going to have a master's degree, and we're actually entertaining now May 2026 through June 2027. So I did want to make that as a notable change that we've decided on this year, which is wonderful. If we're internal, we're taking up to 3 years, but external, we're taking that May 2026 through June 2027. And you have to have been able to serve in a non-leader role in healthcare. So while we don't require healthcare experience, we love to see it, but we want to make sure that you're in a non-leadership role prior to coming into the fellowship. Okay, we treat this as a job. It is a paid fellowship, a well-paid fellowship. You're going to have stuff like a sign-on bonus. We're going to give you relocation needs, tuition reimbursement, provide you with professional development, and allow you access to all of our benefits, including PTO during this time. Our application process, what I really want you to get from this is that FMOL admin fellow at fmolhs.org. Okay, so you can utilize that email address to also ask questions. We want to make sure that when you submit your program application, that you are making sure it's done in its entirety. Okay, not to send over incomplete applications and send little pieces as we go. We want to make sure that it's in its entirety. So if you have questions ahead of time, please feel free. One of our admin fellows or myself will answer you and make sure that you get that clarity and that direction you need prior to submitting your application. Okay, we want to make sure that you're physically able to relocate to the offered market and for the length of the program. So this does require relocation to these certain markets. Our hospital one, based out of the markets that I have explained previously. Our clinic-based one is going to be out of Baton Rouge while you will visit other markets. You'd be headquartered out of here. And our system one for 2 years at least in the Baton Rouge market. So our application timeline. You will see it a little bit different on our webpage if you go view that. However, it is in transition right now and currently being updated any day now, any time now. And I wanted to make sure that we covered that our applications for the system are going to close on September 9th. And our hospital and medical group we're extending to the 16th. So while we want you to apply sooner so we can get a chance to talk to you, do our screening and first line interviews, we want to make sure that you understand those deadlines of the September 9th. To submit all of your application documents. We are currently in first round interviews. We completed a couple this morning. We're very excited to be a competitive program in the Gulf South region and already starting to offer seats for our second round and on-site interviews. For our final round interviews, we are doing anywhere from late August to early September, and then the hospital is going to be early September to mid-September with a fellowship start date of July 2027. We are accepting applications through NCAF and also through our email that I provided on the previous screen. Here, I wanted to share a little bit just some pictures that we have with our fellows and having some fun throughout the market. They get a chance to integrate with themselves along with their markets, and just some notable things they've had from going to DC to expansion bills on the North Shore and in Baton Rouge, going through the children's hospitals to deliver a little bit of joy throughout the season on here, and really being able to support each other through this process and lean on each other while they work through this unique fellowship experience. I kind of want to pause here, and I want to make sure that I am open and that you can ask any questions that you may have for me throughout this fellowship. Okay. Sharon's, how can I help today?
Hi, Brittany. Thank you so much for the presentation. That was really great and very detailed. So it was very good to know what the program actually looks like. So I really appreciate that. I
Of
had a
course.
question. You'd mentioned and it looks like a very structured rotational based program. So is there any flexibility in terms of if a fellow wants to take on a project in a one of the specialties that are not within the rotation? And what does that look like?
Of course. So we really try to guide you with a structure so you know what to expect, right? And so we want to make sure that you know what you're getting into ahead of time. However, we do allow that flexibility when you're meeting different mentors and different leaders of different business lines to be able to ask them, introduce yourself, ask for that connection, maybe through your preceptor, and say, hey, I'm interested in this. Do you have anything you're currently working on or that I can take on for you? And we're absolutely open to you doing so and also being able to present in that business line as well.
That's really great to know. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Does anybody else have any questions about our fellowship program or any of our different pathways?
We are actually right at time,
Okay.
Brittany, but I want to make sure that if people have questions, they get to ask them. So if anyone has questions for Brittany about FMOL, please place them in the chat, Brittany, if you want to hang out for a couple minutes and just listen into the next presentation and answer any questions in the chat, that would be awesome. But it was a
Listen, I
great
really
presentation.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's a lot of information to cover, so I appreciate it. And I hope we have a successful rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks, you too. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hand the floor over to the team at Grady. I see Jalissa on the call, so go ahead, Jalissa, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen.
Brittany, if you could stop sharing really quickly, that'd be great.
Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. Alrighty, so I am Jaleesa Wilson. I am the program manager at Grady Health System. I've been with Grady for roughly 3 years now. And so this will be our first time doing a fellowship program. So I'm excited to share this with you all. So a little bit about Grady. Grady opened in 1892 and is one of the oldest public hospitals and the largest public health institutions in the United States. Grady currently operates as Georgia's largest hospital and serves as the only level 1 trauma center in the metro Atlanta area. Grady continues to be the cornerstone of Atlanta's healthcare system and is committed to the provided quality of medical care to all residents. So why should you choose Grady? Grady is here to help you build your career and is where healthcare leadership happens. Grady offers fellows a unique opportunity to learn within a nationally recognized academic health system serving as one of the most diverse communities in the country. Unlike many fellowships, Grady provides direct exposure to executive leadership while allowing fellows to actively contribute to strategic initiatives and improve patient care, operational performance, and community health. Grady allows fellows to not only just observe, but they participate in the growth of Atlanta. So a little bit about our fellowship summary. So this is a 2-year program. It is a full-time paid intern fellowship program that will start in August 1st, 2027. The fellows are provided with an in-depth opportunity to understand the hospital and clinical-based healthcare operations. And the fellows will partake in a hands-on project that are financially focused and operational and help implement key initiatives for Grady Health System. Fellows will work directly with executive leadership, lead enterprise-wide strategic initiatives, along with rotate across clinical and administrative departments and receive executive mentorship and leadership coaching and build a professional healthcare leadership network. And then a little bit about our requirements. So of course you have to have your MHA or MHSA, a Master's of Bachelor of Business Administration and a Master's of Public Health, a current resume, along with your official transcripts. And then we want to know in your personal statement, 1 page, of course, telling us why you chose a fellowship with Grady along with your why for healthcare. We want to know your reason for wanting to do healthcare and how does that incorporate with Grady as well. And then along with 3 letters of recommendation, 2 professional and 1 personal. And then a little bit about our program structure. So this first year, you're basically going to get, gain the knowledge of Grady Health through the structured rotations and key operational and administrative departments. And then your year 2, you'll spend a lot with our executive leadership, and then you'll be able to participate in strategic initiatives along with specialization on the organization priorities along with your own interest that you have. So depending on what your interest is, we'll make sure that you have key projects closely related to what your interest is. And then the fellowship experience. So you'll have opportunities to have executive shadowing and mentorship, strategic project leadership, administrative rotations, leadership development, committee and board participation, community engagement, networking opportunities, along with a capstone project at the end. And then here is our timeline. So applications are currently open today, and they aren't due until January 1, 2027. And then after that, we'll go through the process of a phone screen around January 18th through the 22nd. And then after that will be our first round of virtual interviews. So that'll be around January 16th January 16th through February 5th. And then after that, you'll have the on-site interview, which will be from February 17th through the 18th. And then the offers will be extended on February 26th. Where did my mouse go? Okay. And then lastly, so we don't have our web page up just yet. We're making some last minute changes to it, but once our website is up and running, you'll be able to register for our info sessions on September 30th or on October 28th. And then our applications are open as well. And so that is the link. And then if you have any questions, please reach out to our Grady Admin Fellowship at gmh.edu, and then you'll get a timely response from us within a couple of days. And then I'll open it up to any questions or comments that you have for me.
Thank you so much, Jalissa, for this session. Sorry. Just a quick question. How many fellows are you hoping to hire? Is it like one fellow or 2?
It is 2 fellows for next year.
Okay, thank you.
And then Shiren, sorry if I mispronounced your name.
No, that's absolutely all right. It's Shreyans, and thank you so much for the presentation. Just wanted to know what are the priorities for Grady this coming year, and how can fellows contribute to that, and what would fellows be working on?
Yes, so we are actually opening up quite a few things. Next year, we are in the process of opening up our medical billing office along with our second 300-bed hospital. So you all will be a part of that process of getting everything set up for our opening day, which will be in 2029 for the hospital and 2028 for the medical billing office. So you will literally see how we pick certain vendors to do the building process for construction and design, what goes into figuring out which type of furniture we need to have, the construction of it. So you'll get to be a part of that entire process. And then when it comes to our projects, depending on what department you're with mostly and your interests, you'll have the opportunity to see how our day-to-day works. So operations, supply chain, how we order and pick things, our warehouse system. So we have our warehouse, so where We do bulk orders, so you'll get to see that process and help us with making things a little bit more efficient as we're finishing out that build as well. So there's a lot of different buildings going up, and then also our new facilities that we have as well. So you'll get to be a part of that process on how we decide what area is best for us to do a build in and how long that process will take. So you'll be a part of all of those processes.
It's really wonderful to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments?
I'll throw a question out there.
Yeah.
For the retention of the program, what are you seeing for where people go next and what are your dreams for, post fellowship opportunities and mentorship opportunities to lead to those?
Yes. So of course, with how fast we're growing, the hope is for you all to do a director role. But that really depends on what the fellow shows us. But that is the goal for a director role for you all to enter into, since we're growing into our new medical billing office along with our new hospital as well. So that is the hope that we have for it. And then, of course, when it comes to retention, just throughout the program, they'll see and hear from me on a weekly basis. So to making sure that we're improving your experience, because of course, moving to Atlanta is going to be a transition for some, depending on where you live at. So we want to make sure that we are making your experience everything, and that you are, one, understanding how Atlanta works and you get to see how Atlanta is experienced, but also understanding how we serve our community here in Atlanta as well, and how Grady is important to Atlanta, because without Grady, Atlanta can't live or move. So we're just making sure that we give everyone that opportunity to see how Grady works.
Awesome. Thank you.
Amir?
Hi. I had a question. I'm an international student. I'm doing my master's in public health at Emory, with a major in healthcare management. So we have work authorization post graduation through OPT and STEM extension. So are we eligible to apply, because some programs don't like find us eligible based on that? So that's a question that I had, since Grady is local to us.
Yes, of course.
Oh, we're eligible for that then, right?
Yes, you are.
And do you offer like post graduation like visa sponsorship if there's a role that we fall for? You do?
Yes. So just because you go into your different role doesn't mean that you won't still have that mentor with you along with your process. We want to prepare you for the role, of course,
Yeah.
but also still help and guide you as you still are building your career.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Another question I have for you, Jaleesa.
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit towards your experience at Grady and your, professional development so far and how you've gotten to the role you're in?
Yes, so Grady fell into my lap. I knew nothing about supply chain. I don't know how I thought supplies got here, but it just fell into my lap. I've learned so much about not just supply chain, but healthcare as a whole. And I've gotten the opportunity to work with all different leaders, from C-suite on down. And so to be able to have that opportunity as someone who isn't a fellow, is great. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like for a fellow. And you will literally see the growth of how we help our diverse community, and to be able to serve them and to be able to make that change and impact. We do a lot of work into the community, so there won't be any opportunity to where you don't go out into the community to help them. Like our back to school bash, a lot of times we do free screenings, just to help build our community and let them know that we aren't just a emergency department, that we offer so many different service lines, and that we're here to help. So I've learned so much, and everybody's always open to helping you with your career. So you don't have anyone that's not a part of your growth and your transition for what's next to come. So you'll always have a standing partner with you. And yeah, Grady is really the best for me, at least. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. I want to leave some time. We have about about 10 minutes left. So I'm going to see if anyone else has any other questions. If not, I will keep throwing questions out there. I have no problem with it. Okay. Well, if you can you speak on your favorite things about Atlanta? I know I love it there, but your favorite things about living in Atlanta, what people might expect from moving there?
Well, you can't say that you're bored here in Atlanta. It's just not possible. There's always something going on. I know we will be hosting the Super Bowl in I think 2 years. I'm pretty sure 2 years. And I think it's right around the time that we'll be opening up the hospital. So I think it's kind of the perfect wave for us. And then every weekend there's something, there's a concert, there are different like glass blowing things, pottery. Um, you're never not doing anything. So please know that there's tons of things for you to do in your free time. You'll have the opportunity to, of course, connect afterwards. A lot of our leadership is in pretty much all of the organizations and are sitting as on the boards as well. So you'll have those opportunities to do different connections, networking, um, and to see how our leaders are not just in the healthcare system, but also outside helping grow different organizations and different leaders as well. So you'll have plenty of opportunities out there, not just in Atlanta, but also within different organizations as well.
Do you can you speak to any like partnerships, organizations that they work with or you've seen Grady work with?
So, my VP of supply chain is actually the president of NICE for Atlanta and also I think for ACHE. And then our new president and going to be our current CEO is also the board of another organization that I cannot think of right now. So there is not, um, you won't not have the opportunity to network and get your name out there and to build your own community. Everybody has their own community of, I would say, their own board of trustees that you can depend on and lean on. And that is something that I will say that Grady has helped me gain. Just tons of different leaders that I can call for different advice, how I want to grow my own leadership and legacy for Atlanta. So those are great opportunities there as well.
Thank you. And then in terms of double prong question, one in terms of work-life balance, that's something I talk to a lot of like fellows and early careers about. What do you think that that has been like for you?
For me, I really think it kind of depends on what you want your goals to be. A lot of times it is hard to do work-life balance, especially as an early careers, and understanding that sometimes you do have to put in those hard hours earlier on just to show your worth, but also understanding that there has to be a cutoff time. I know my team knows I'm usually out of here by a certain time. Now, if I'm staying late, it's because they know Jaleesa has been in meetings all day, and this is probably her only time to catch up on emails, doing certain KPIs, running reports, things of that nature, and they understand that because what you don't want to do is start a process of, being the person that always answers the phone whenever somebody calls, but one time you do have an emergency or are unable, you want them to know like, hey, I do have a certain cutoff time of when I can and will do work. But know that you kind of got to do some hard work to show that you are like a part of the team, a part of the organization, and that you are committed to the work. But you do have boundaries. But for the most part, everyone around here has like real good or boundaries. Like, hey, why are you still here? And you're like, oh, I'm about to leave. So yeah, it really does work around here.
And do you think that in terms of like the whole culture, what has been, what are there ERGs? Are there, different groups within the culture? Or I know you mentioned volunteer opportunities. But how would you describe the full culture across Grady?
Yeah, so we do have our certain committees here. So we have one for women's group, men's group, LGBTQ plus, and then pretty much going into like if you're a mom, what does that look like for you in the work here, work field, and then making sure that if you lose someone, we have someone there for you as well. So that happens a lot with our nurses staff, making sure that we do have like on-site therapy as well, dog therapy. That's something that we do to make sure that everybody knows that we see them and hear them, and we're just not here for you to, get your check and go, that we do care for you mentally and emotionally. So there are tons of different support groups here. I know recently we did one about women's health and how you can support your mother, in the transition of, post, menopause and what that looks like and how have different healthy versions for different foods, medications. What does that look like for you holistically as well? So we have that. And then there's just a lot of different groups that we do have for every single one.
That's awesome. We sit in, and my colleague Christina's on the call and oversees our Lens program, and we have a culture community access leadership and group, and we talk a lot about ERGs across the
Yes.
country. So that's awesome work that y'all are doing.
Yeah, we have a few for like early careerists, and then your transition from early careerists into like, department VP level. What does that look like? We have those different programs to help build you up and making sure that you have the hard skills and soft skills to make sure that you're built for those different positions like a director role or a VP role and up.
And you mentioned this, I may be misremembering, that you are a former fellow. Is that right?
I'm a former fellow with
From
HCA. Yes.
With ACA, gotcha. I
Yeah.
knew it was a different organization, but I couldn't remember. Okay. So in terms of coming out of a fellowship, what are the skills that you got maybe in the first couple months of your fellowship that you think you could like, or any nuggets of wisdom you think you could pass along to the folks on the call?
I will say for me, I think making sure that you do your own individually connects. I will say for me, what works for me today is I know how to connect with people one-on-one. And that really does matter to ask them, how are you doing? Not to ask for, I need a report, but literally, how are you doing? I'm not here to ask for anything. I'm just here to check in on you. That truly does go the longest way. And I think for me that works a lot because my personality is very big and bold. And so for me just to say, hey, what are you doing? Let's chat.
Yeah.
How's the day going? That really does matter to a lot of people. And I do like to make sure that just coming in, speaking to everyone every day, going around to just say hello, good morning. That is something that people remember. I did that during my fellowship just to speak when I came in to see everybody, to show my face, to show that I was committed to the organization, and just to show that I am friendly, a part of the team, and just showing up for everyone. So I think that's something that you should do is making sure that you speak to everyone in the mornings and do a check-in, and also just making sure that you have your own one-on-one time with your leaders. Each week, I think it's important to have a one-on-one with your preceptor, your mentor, just to let them know, like, hey, these are the things that I have going on. These are things upcoming. These are my recommendation for next steps. That is something that really does work, and it also shows that you are really self-sufficient and you are a leader. And so they know that they can depend on you because you are naturally just giving out the updates and not them asking for it.
Are there any particular events or anything that you attended that you think really helped you build up your career or build up your
So
network?
during the program and also for Grady's fellowship program, you'll have the opportunity to go to all the different conferences. So you'll have that opportunity to build and grow your own network, not just within Grady, but also connect with different fellows. I think that's something that to this day, I still am connected with all of my HCA fellows. So we connect all the time just to give updates. And I think that's important to make sure that you are building that rapport with your teammate. So that is something that I will say that helped me a lot, is making sure that and a business card is very key as well. Have that business card. Not everybody likes the electronic version. I had to learn a little hard way, but just make sure if you do have an electric version that you also have the card that works.
Yep. I've heard it too. We get
Yeah.
that at we go table at ACHE every year at their fellowship fair, and we have both because
Yeah.
it just happens. Well, we have about a minute left. And I want to thank you so much, Lisa, for indulging me in all my questions. Is there any contact information that you want to drop in the chat?
Yes. I
So,
will drop the email.
and I believe I got y'all's correct link for the application
Yes,
in
and
the
then I'll
chat.
make sure that I send over once our page is officially up and running, that everybody will have all this information and to actually register for our infos.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. You guys have a great one.
You too. I'm gonna throw it over now. We're right at time. I'm gonna throw it over to Crystal. I see Crystal's on the call. So y'all can hear from Lee Health.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Thank you, Malia. I'm going to share a presentation if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole 25 minutes is all yours.
Okay. I don't typically use Zoom, so bear with me. Can you see?
Yeah, looks
my
good.
screen? Okay, great. If I can get my notes to show, that'd be better. All good anyway. So hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Pagarian. I am representing Lee Health today, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to share about our fellowship program here at Lee Health. We are starting our third cohort on Monday, actually. So definitely a growing program, but we're eager to continue on. So in today's session, my goal is to share a little bit about Lee Health, share about our fellowship structure, and hope that, this is what and where you want to be. And if it is, we can continue conversations offline. Of course, I'm going to share my contact information in the chat. And then you'll learn about our projects and rotations and how to apply, what you'll need to apply. And then at the end, we will have Q&A. So here are our program preceptors. Jennifer Thayer is the director who I report to, and she is the person who you would have one-on-ones with weekly. Mike Wookich is our chief people officer with his unique title, and he is the person who is our executive sponsor. So you will connect with him periodically throughout the fellowship as well. So about Lee Health, we are an organization that we are built on our mission, vision, and values, and everything that we do, we go back to these core things, right? This is what we're built on, and I only show this because it's important in any interview that you attend. You want to make sure that you're aligning your own mission, vision, and values with the organization's. And so if you think about it, you want to use these key aspects, these key words when you're interviewing. You want to make sure that, yes, this is somewhere that I would align with well, and it's not something that's going to conflict with what your goals are in the future. A little bit about Lee Health. We started in 1916, so we are almost 110 years old, and we were just 4 rooms and 10 beds at that time. And over the years, we've grown and we've taken on new hospitals. And at this point, we have 5 acute care hospitals and over 120 LPG, which is Lee Physician Group outpatient facilities. So we've grown dramatically over the next 5 years. We plan to continue to grow and expand over Southwest Florida. We are the largest employer here in Southwest Florida, and we service all of our area from Tampa down to Miami. So we cover a lot of ground. Okay, so Wiley Health, and this is where my notes would come in handy, but I cannot see them. But these are just a few of our recognitions. The list goes on, and we definitely are proud of these. We post a lot of this on social media, and we bring the community in. We let them know what it is we're doing to best serve our community. All right, so this is our fellowship. It is a 12-month program, postgraduate program, obviously. We do consider some candidates who are needing this program to finish their degree. So you are eligible to apply for our fellowship. And the key points of what we are hoping you get out of our program are listed on the slide here. So you would go through 2 3-month rotations in areas of your choice, and we provide a list so you have an idea of what you're able to pick from. And then your second half of the year is focused on project work and finding that next role for your transition out of the fellowship. Here's a short list of our rotation options, from facilities to outpatient, project management, leadership, human resources. It's not just limited to this, but a few ideas. Okay, so I mentioned this before, but some qualifications are going to be degrees that are applicable are MHA, MPH, MBA. Others are considered as well, but it does need to be from an accredited university. And you need to have healthcare industry experience. So whether that's employment, internships, other experiences like this would be beneficial to you to know on your resume. So our ideal candidates are going to be self-motivated, adaptable, and innovative. Right? We want someone to come in who's going to have those strong skills and be able to walk into a room and lead whatever it is that they're going in to do. And so we do also require that you have completed your program within the last 18 months. So the application process, you would apply through NAFCAS, and we are going live, I believe, in November. And we request you have your resume, a statement of purpose, so in less than 800 words, just answering why you would be interested in Lee Health and what qualifications and experiences make you the strongest candidate. We also request your graduate degree transcripts and then 3 letters of recommendation from the following professionals listed on the screen. So here's our timeline. Again, we are going live on NAFCAS on November 2nd, and that will be closed out by January 29th of 2027. And we do interview or review applications on a rolling basis. So obviously, the earlier you submit that application, the better. First round interviews are conducted over video conference, and you will be notified of that either by phone or email. And second round is going to be also video conference, and that would be with Jennifer Thayer, who's the program director who I shared with you earlier, as well as our system director of recruitment, Christy Riggett. And then the final on-site round interviews will be in March of 2027. And you'll have travel arrangements made for you, car, hotel, food. We have a full day of panel interviews with our C-suite executives. And then you will know if you were selected for the fellowship by the end of March. And then our start date is beginning of August of 2027. Any questions that I can answer for anyone?
No, nobody has any questions for Crystal. Anything about Florida? Oh, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this presentation. And not a question about Florida. I've spent some time in Miami at University of Miami. Love the place. Still my number one place to be in the US. So just wanted to know a little more about the fellowship experience in terms of flexibility. If if a fellow wants to do a project, initiate a project, he sees something that he wants to improve, what does the freedom look like in that front?
Yeah, great question. So there is a lot of flexibility. We are all ears on things that may come up. Sometimes we have projects come in from leaders that they would like our fellows to work on, but we don't just assign anything. We review everything. We see, is this something that you can really show your skills? And if it's not, and you come up with that other idea, if that leader or division is open to having you work on that, we allow for it.
That's really great to know. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking. And that's where that second half of the year comes in, right? We have leaders come to us and pitch ideas about projects, or maybe you were in your rotation and, like you said, came up with something that would benefit the organization and want to work on that. That is definitely something or a conversation that can be had.
That's really great to know that there's so much flexibility.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's also a great question in the chat from Serena that says, can you tell us a little more about what the fellows at Lee Health might find themselves working on, and if there are any projects you found particularly striking?
Great question. I am a coordinator, so I do a lot of application processing. Jennifer Thayer is the one who's working closely alongside the admin fellow, so she might have a better answer to that second question if she was here. But the projects that they're working on, for example, our one fellow this year, Colleen, she did an assessment on falls that were happening at one of our outpatient locations. And where are the falls happening, whether it's the parking lot, the first floor, what departments they're happening in, are they visitors or are they patients, what's happening across the whole building. And oddly enough, besides the parking lot, we learned that the gloss that was going on the floor was not working for our patients. And when they were using maybe sneakers that had a more grippy bottom or whatever the case is, that was what was happening. But she got to partner with a lot of different departments because we had to go in and we had to read different reports about who's falling, what was their relationship to us, things like this. We also had another great big project that has led a lot of more work in the organization geared towards where our patients are coming from. One of our hospital locations is relocating from our downtown area to a different area. And so we wanted to learn where patients are coming from when they're visiting that hospital. And is it going to be a barrier for them to get to the new location? And then what gaps can we bridge when that does happen? That hospital is due to open in 2028. So in ways that our fellow implemented these things was creating a survey when patients came into the emergency department specifically to identify areas in which they needed help. So did they need transportation to get there? How far were they coming from? So using geo mapping, what zip code were they coming from? It was really cool to hear about it at the end, but very successful. And the data is still being used today to determine how we can bridge those gaps in 2028 when we get there. Other projects I'm trying to think about, there was a procedure that was being done in surgery, and there were some outcomes that were not favorable all the time. So we had our fellow sit in on a number of those surgeries and seeing the process of what's happening, sitting down with surgeons, PAs, the anesthesiologists, learning what it is that they do to get their job done, and then seeing where the issue is happening. So that was a cool point, because sometimes you think administrative fellow, it's admin work, but we're going into those clinical roles and helping with those projects as well.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Of course. Anything else?
Can I share a shameless plug for Southwest Florida?
Of course, Christina.
I moved down here when I was 20. I came on vacation to visit my mom, and I thought it was for just old people or people who played golf or retired, whatever, anything like that. But the demographic has really changed a lot, and there's a lot of young families, a lot of young people, a lot of young professionals coming or staying who aren't leaving the area because they're finding opportunities here within healthcare and other industries that are really appealing to them. So they're not leaving the state, and more people are coming down here. So if you're interested in looking in the Southwest Florida and the largest, nonprofit healthcare organization, check out Lee Health. Again, shameless plug because she's my neighbor. But it's a really cool spot and they're doing really great stuff.
I moved here in 2021 after my husband had been offered a job here, and we came from New Jersey where all of our family is, and I thought the same thing, right? Like, oh, growing up, my grandfather lived here, and I was like, no, the old people live there. And it really has changed. It's not like that at all. There's new and up and coming places coming to the area. Social media is powerful, right? You get on there and you share and you meet people, things like that. But I hope that if you make it to the final round, when you come and visit us, you see that this is a really cool place to be. The sunsets just make it all the more worth it. Sunsets and sunrises.
We have about 10 minutes before our next session kicks off. Crystal, I wanted to ask about since you've been there for I guess 5 years now. Um, in terms of the culture at Lee Health, how would you describe the culture overall? What's your adjustments been like? What, special things have been offered to you as an employee that you've really enjoyed? Anything like that?
Yeah, I love that question. When you talk about culture, I feel like it's such a buzzword, right? Culture, culture, culture. The culture here has been amazing to me. And I love to hear other stories too, because just because Lee Health has touched me in certain ways, it doesn't mean it's across the board and it's helped other people's in other way. That would never, apply to me. For example, in 2023, we faced Hurricane Ian, and such a devastating time for the area. It basically was told to us the morning of that it was coming towards us, and we were on gridlock at that point. There was no getting out, so people had to stay put where they were. And so Lee Health really did band together. We have a team A, team B, employees reported, but they were supplying shelter for team members, families, and pets as well. So it wasn't just you had to report to work and leave your family at home. They were allowing for you to bring your family on site to sleep and providing food free of cost. When we were released and able to get out, we were then met with areas where we can go that was just for us with tanks of gas, and for us to get free gas from those areas to maybe generate or power our generators, things like this, power our cars. It was really a special time where there was devastation going on, but such beautiful things happening within our walls. Patients were being evacuated to Miami and Tampa, especially our kiddos. One hospital is closer to the beach than the others, and they took water into the first floor. So some of our kiddos had to be evacuated and whatnot. So just seeing people come together without question, and you're stressed about what's happening at home. Where's your family? What's happening? I mean, we lost power, we lost connection. There was no cell reception. So some people who didn't bring their family didn't know what was happening at home, but they continued to treat our patients, make them feel safe, make them feel heard and seen. So I thought that was a really special time. Outside of that time, I feel that Lee Health is built on the growth and development of our team members. And so anytime that you're looking for that opportunity to speak with someone, whether it's an executive or a leader on a unit, and you're just interested on the workflow that happens there, or you want to know what it is they do in their day-to-day life, right? And at work, they are so receptive to having those conversations. And just like the question I had before, when things come up and you have a great idea and you want to pitch a project, they are all ears. We have a whole division for strategy and innovation, and it's pretty cool. I'm actually in their building right now, and they have like a funky wall. Like everything is just so cool in here, and it really is innovative. But they are the ones who, hey, you have an idea, let's talk. And we have something called I think it's called the Design Thinking Incubator. I could be wrong on the title, but incubator session where they're coming in one area. Anyone from the organization can apply to be a part of this. And over the course of 3 days, there's no parameters around money. There's nothing. Let's pitch our greatest ideas. Let's talk about it. Let's see what's possible if there was no boundaries ever. And sometimes great projects come out of those things, right? And it's really cool to know that you have that opportunity to be seen and heard. Other than those things, we have amazing programs around tuition assistance and grant opportunities and scholarships. So Lee Health, for our employees, after just 90 days of being employed with us, we do offer tuition assistance, and that is based off of the type of degree you're getting, whether it's graduate or undergrad, or it could be certification courses like this. We have those monies as well. And then we also have grants and team member giving. So annually, we do a team member giving drive where I can say, as an employee of Lee Health, I would like to donate $5 or $20 a pay period to go into this bucket. And that would help my other colleagues, team members across the system that maybe I've never met before, to pursue a degree that maybe is not covered by our policy of tuition assistance. But it's really cool because we get to pitch in that way. We also have scholarships that are available to not only our employees, but the community as well. So a lot of our employees will have kiddos that are going off to school and things like this. They can also apply for it, not being an employee of Lee Health. Those are just a few ways. I can list many, many more, but it's very inclusive, and you have the opportunity to go out and seek the opportunities you're looking for, really.
Those are amazing opportunities. I'd take up those opportunities. um, my next, and well, let me leave a second. Before I start yapping. Are there any other questions for Crystal about Lee Health, about the application process, anything like that?
And I think, Malia, you added our site there. I believe our main email address is listed on the site. You can connect with us at any point or connect with us on LinkedIn. I'm happy to have further conversations if anyone wanted to chat offline.
Oh, Serena has another question in the chat, actually. Building on your point about Hurricane Ian, does Lee Health have a disaster relief protocol in place, and how do fellows fit into that process? It's a great question.
So disaster relief, as far as like if you face troubles, is that what you're asking?
I think general environmental disaster.
Like emergency response, I think.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
For sure. We definitely do. We have a whole division responsible for that as well. After Hurricane Ian, they identified many areas in which we could enhance. And so they kind of went on a tour, and they went up to Tampa, they went up to Tallahassee, they went all across the state, seeing what other healthcare systems are doing to protect the hospitals. Like I said, our one hospital did take water on the first floor. So now we're implementing a whole wall that's going to go up when we are facing a hurricane, and that'll be a barrier X amount of feet high to block water from coming in. That same hospital, obviously we took water, so our parking lots got the water, and our team members' cars were watched floating away. And so Lee Health came together and identified who lost their vehicle in that storm and was able to help them purchase another vehicle. And so we have implementations like that. We have food pantry partnerships that came in and helped in those aspects, but we do have a full division, a part of public safety dedicated to continuing to enhance our efforts when we do face natural disasters like that.
Awesome. Thank you, Crystal. That's as a Houstonian, I understand very deeply. So that is such an awesome display of culture
Yeah.
and what y'all are doing for the employees down there.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you, Malia and Christina.
Thank
Love to
you.
talk with everyone.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Crystal. See you soon.
We are right on time. We're actually a minute ahead of schedule. I will partially give myself a pat on the back for this. We can now go ahead and throw it over. I see Dana's on the call, and I think we have a couple of new fellows with us too. So I'll go ahead and throw it over to the team at Cedars.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. There we go. All right, are we good to go? Can everyone see my screen?
Great.
Awesome. Okay, well, hello everyone. Welcome. We're glad that you were able to join us and you're interested in hearing about the Thomas M. Prislak Administrative Fellowship Program here at Cedars. My name is Dana Willis. I serve as the program manager for the TMP Fellowship, and I'm joined by, so far I see two of our fellows on, Priya and Marina. Our fellows will join the Q&A portion of today's presentation, so if you have any questions related to the fellow experience, I definitely encourage you to hold those and ask them during the Q&A. But I'll just go ahead and jump in on our focus for today. It's to help you learn more about this exciting opportunity we have here at Cedars. So why Cedars Sinai for your fellowship experience and as an employer to build your career in healthcare administration. Why the fellowship program? Why this fellowship program? What sets the Thomas M. Prislak Administrative Fellowship Program apart from other fellowships? I know you've heard a bunch of different presentations, and so hopefully we can set ourselves apart in the things I highlight today. We'll briefly highlight the program's vision, the focus, the overview of the experience that you'll have as a TMP fellow, as well as various growth and engagement opportunities that fellows can benefit from. And then we'll wrap with a brief recap of the qualifications for consideration, so looking at the application component, some upcoming key dates for our fall 2026 recruiting cycle, and then we'll reserve some time at the end for the Q&A where I'll invite the TMP fellows up to join us for questioning. So with that, I will start with why Cedars. So since 1902, Cedars Sinai has provided leading medical care for the people of Los Angeles. Today, we care for over 1 million patients each year and are consistently ranked #1 in Los Angeles and tied for the top in California, with national recognition across 11 adult specialties. Our mission-driven culture emphasizes innovation, equity, and community impact, supported by pioneering research, education programs that shape the next generation of healthcare leaders, and a wide range of community benefit initiatives. While our roots are in Los Angeles, our presence and our impact is expanding. We're helping communities across the nation and across the world. From an administrative, patient-facing, and clinical provider lens, we're 18,000 strong and growing. We're also proud to be the official medical service providers for the LA 28 Olympics. So as you can see, there is no shortage of opportunities for involvement and employee support of this historical event. For emerging leaders in healthcare administration and population health, Cedars Sinai offers a unique environment to gain exposure to complex, high-impact healthcare delivery and to make a meaningful difference in the lives of patients and the communities locally and beyond. So now, why Los Angeles? So why Los Angeles? What makes this fellowship truly unique is the combination of Cedars Sinai and Los Angeles. Our city is one of the most diverse and globally connected in the world. We have vibrant neighborhoods, rich culture, and a strong sense of community. And Los Angeles offers year-round sunshine. I'm sure you all who don't reside in Los Angeles have heard the beautiful weather that we have here in Los Angeles. and it provides easy access to the outdoors. So whether you're at the beach or in the hills or nearby destination, LA and Los Angeles makes for an inspiring place to live, recharge. Professionally, LA is a hub for healthcare innovation, academic medicine, and cross-sector collaboration, providing fellows with exposure to diverse patient populations and high-impact initiatives that span locally, nationally, and internationally. Combined with Cedars-Sinai's growing reach and mission-driven environment, this setting prepares fellows to develop inclusive, systems-level leadership skills, drive meaningful change, and grow both personally and professionally, making an impact beyond Los Angeles. So now I'll just provide you all with an overview of the program and how it was established, or when it was established. So it was established in 2025, so we're fairly new. We have our inaugural cohort this year. And the Thomas M. Prislak Administrative Fellowship Program honors the legacy of Thomas M. Prislak, affectionately known as Tom, who served as president and CEO of Cedars for 3 decades and led a visionary era of transformative change in healthcare. The TMP Fellowship was created to cultivate that next generation of healthcare leaders and is the first program of its kind at Cedars-Sinai to offer a multifaceted exposure across key functional areas of healthcare administration. Internally, the program is referred to as the TMP Fellowship. Designed as a 24-month full-time, so 40 hours a week, non-clinical rotation experience, the fellowship provides hands-on learning, executive mentorship, and leadership development to prepare fellows for advanced roles in healthcare administration. The program is currently centrally located in our Human Resources Department, and this is strategic. This is to ensure alignment with Cedars-Sinai's long-term talent pipeline and talent development leadership strategies. And fellows gain an immersive exposure. They gain immersive exposure to critical operational areas. So going back to those key functional areas, which include strategy, finance, patient experience, and clinical administration, building the skills, knowledge, and professional network needed to drive meaningful impact in healthcare. So as you can see, the program is intentionally designed as a retention pathway with the goal of positioning fellows to fully be considered for high-impact, full-time roles post their 24-month experience here at Cedars. Okay, so let's look a little bit at what those 24 months will entail during the program. So think of the fellowship as a continuous journey, not 5 separate rotations. Each rotation builds new knowledge, new relationships, new confidence that you'll carry into your next rotation. Our goal is to first build breadth across enterprise before helping you to develop deeper expertise in your specialty track. Key takeaways here is that every rotation is an opportunity for you to learn, contribute, reflect, and grow. And every rotation combines these 4 elements. So learn, contribute, develop, and reflect. Learn by gaining exposure to new functions, business challenges, and new leadership teams. Contribute by owning the meaningful work that you're working on in your rotations and creating value for the organization. Develop by receiving mentorship, ongoing feedback, and coaching. And then reflect by applying that feedback, capturing lessons learned, and then again applying it to your next rotation. So the TMP Fellowship, as I mentioned, is intentionally designed, and it's intentionally designed around your experience at Cedars-Sinai. So how you explore the organization, how you grow as a professional and an emerging leader, and how you build a strong sense of belonging within the community. You'll begin by discovering the breadth and impact of Cedars-Sinai's health systems, so working through those high impact projects and exposure to diverse teams and functions. You'll gain a sense of system level perspective, and you'll see how your work connects directly to patient care and community outcomes. And then we'll provide you with an education stipend that'll support your continued learning and professional exploration throughout the 24-month experience. Your development is central to your fellowship, and so you'll benefit from executive and senior leader mentorship, personalized coaching, and ongoing feedback and professional development workshops. And these are all designed to build critical skills, deepen your self-awareness, and help you gain clarity and confidence as you shape your career. And your growth is guided by a holistic leadership framework. And so you'll see that in the brown box on the slide. And that includes leadership and professional development, relationship building and mentorship, and experiential development, which anchors in mentoring, feedback, evaluation, and strengthening collaboration, your ability for systems thinking, and leadership effectiveness. So just as important as belonging, you'll build a meaningful relationship with fellow cohort members and leaders across Cedars-Sinai, collaborate closely as a team, and engage in community building and volunteer opportunities that reflect our shared value of collaboration, compassion, and service. In sum, the TMP Fellowship is more than a program. It's a carefully designed experience that allows you to explore your potential, make a real impact, and grow as a leader and feel genuinely connected here at Cedars, preparing you for success during and beyond the fellowship. Okay, so as we prepare to wrap here, I wanted to spend some time going over the program qualifications, the application components, and then covering some key upcoming dates. So what are the eligibility requirements for the administrative fellowship? First, at the graduate degree, applicants must have earned or be on track to earn a relevant degree from one of these 7 degrees listed here on the slide. And eligible degrees must be conferred between May of 2025 and June of 2027. Please note that degrees that are conferred prior to spring of 2025 are not eligible for consideration. We also require professional experience as part of your application, and so this can vary depending on the applicant and where they are in their career. And so 1 year of relevant professional experience is what is required, but that can vary. So it can include a full-time role, an administrative internship role, or even a graduate assistantship role, as long as it demonstrates leadership, analytical skills, project management, and as long as it is in healthcare administration or a related healthcare business environment. 2 years is preferred, but it's not required again. And then looking at U.S. work authorization. So applicants must have a valid authorization to work in the United States for the full duration of our program, as we do not provide visa sponsorships. And please note that we cannot provide you with any exceptions at this time for this program. And all selected candidates must complete a Cedars-Sinai standard pre-employment requirement. This is required for all employees who are hired, and it includes background and education verification, as well as drug screening, employee health screening, and a proof of COVID-19 vaccination, all in accordance with Cedars-Sinai's employee health and safety policies. And then finally, relocation. So fellows must confirm their ability to relocate to Los Angeles for the duration of the program if they're not currently residing in the area. And if you have any questions about this, we'll definitely happy to clarify during the Q&A portion. I'll move on to what is expected in the application. So as a candidate or applicant, you'll submit an online application onto our Cedars-Sinai career site by January 29th of 2027. Included in your application will be a resume, which will show your education and your professional experience. You'll also submit a personal statement. The personal statement should be 1 page, single-spaced, and it'll address your interest in pursuing a career in healthcare administration. And we have more details regarding the prompt on the website, so you can explore that there. And then also, as part of your online application, you'll submit 3 letters of recommendation. So the first letter will be an academic letter of recommendation from your degree program. The second will be a professional recommendation from a previously held or currently held position. And then the third will be your choosing, so you can determine if you want to do another academic or another professional. And then also you will submit your undergraduate and your graduate unofficial transcripts. Please note that due to the high volume of the applications that we receive, we will only review complete applications that are submitted at that January 29th date. Okay, so I'm going to move here to some key dates before we wrap. So as we mentioned, the deadline for the 2027 cohort, our second cohort, is January 29th of 2027. A little bit about our recruitment and selection process, our selection process. It is a phased process, and so as part of that process, it'll take place from February to April of 2027, and it'll include several rounds of interviews, both virtual and in person. And our intent is to extend offers by mid-April so that the selected fellows can start June, July. Okay, so before we move into our Q&A, I'd like to reintroduce here our fellows. And so I'll start with Marina here. But these are our inaugural fellows for the TMP Fellowship. Again, this is our first year. And I'd like for the fellows to introduce themselves, share your name, share what school you came from, the degree that you earned, and the current rotation that you're in. I'll start with Marina.
Hi everyone, Marina Martinez here. I am a graduate from UCLA and I studied with my MPH and was in the executive MPH program. And then did you say what current project we're on as well?
Yeah, what current rotation you're in? Yeah, and you can share your project too. Share a little bit about your project if you're comfortable.
I'm in the revenue cycle. I think it's the best place to start. I'm a new fan of revenue cycle, but there I'm working on lab denial prevention and then doing some process improvement with that. So identifying areas for improvement and then going to work with the team to help prevent those denials using AI.
Thank you, Marina. Priya?
Hi everyone, nice to meet you all. I'm Priya. I graduated from Yale this past May with my MPH in healthcare management. At Cedars, my first rotation is on strategy and business development, which has been super exciting as well. I am supporting both growth strategy and service line planning. Right now, a large part of my work, my project is focused on identifying what commercial opportunities can look like for a potentially new institute at Cedars. And then I'm also looking forward to diving into 2 other projects related to building out a continuum of care model for our GI service line, and then also evaluating potential investments in emerging treatments and technologies for the system as a whole.
Wonderful, thank you, Priya. Okay, so with that, I will. AK, I don't see you.
Yeah, I've been here.
Oh, good. Wonderful. AK, go ahead and introduce yourself and share a little bit about your rotation and project.
Hi, I'm Akanksha Chaudhary. I also go by AK. I graduated this spring with my MHA at the University of Pittsburgh. My current rotation right now is the medical networks rotation under Joe, Kim, and Ashley. Great people, by the way, to work with. My project right now is with physician scorecards and the Access dashboard. We basically just want to create a couple of dashboards that showcase a lot of the metrics that are usually hidden in where we get the dashboards from. We just want to make that transparent to the leadership as well as the doctors on how they're doing and just tracking their KPIs as well.
Wonderful, thank you, AK. All right, so those are our wonderful fellows. With that, I'm going to open it up for any questions that you have for us. Again, the fellows are here to answer any of your fellow prospective questions, and then I'm here to answer any of the program questions that you have around structure. Yes. Shireen, did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, you got it right in the first.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So I'm Shreyan Singhvi. I'm an admin intern at Johns Hopkins Medicine, and I have a personal connection with Cedars Sinai because I have family in LA and they were cared for by Cedars Sinai. It was a wonderful experience, and this was just very recent. So the place really holds a special place in my heart. My question was for the fellows. I wanted to know, what does a day look like in the fellowship program? How do you manage some competing priorities? All of you are working on such interesting projects. So would love to know, what does a day in the life of a fellow look like?
Well, before they jump in, I'll just share that they just started their fellowship, so they're in their first week. Yeah, they can share a little bit of what their experience has been so far in their first rotation. Whoever would like to jump in.
I
I can
can
start off.
go ahead, AK. Sorry. Go for it.
Sorry, I can start off. With my rotation in medical networks, I would say it's a very, very busy rotation. No day is the same. They have us traveling to different clinics every week. I get to meet so many different people. It's a great networking opportunity as well. I do have some time to go back to my actual office and work on my projects, but so far this rotation has just been kind of learning how different clinics work and how different executives work with physicians and just seeing the different types of working culture in clinics. And if they have any sort of tangible projects that I can do, I do make sure I always help them, but I also prioritize the actual projects for my fellowship as well. So just kind of have to find that balance between meeting people and then also setting aside time to work on the projects that matter for your actual fellowship as well.
I can share a little about my rotation as well. Similar to AK said, every day looks a little different, but I think what's a little different between operations and strategy is just how busy you are. Rather than traveling to different clinics, I spend a lot of time working alone and also working with smaller teams and having individual one-on-one check-ins with my team as well. Great balance in that way. And then something else I'll add is that part of our fellowship, we get to have leadership luncheons and breakfasts as well, where we get to meet with executive members of the Cedars Sinai leadership team. So some on certain days we get to have those exciting meetings as well.
Thanks, both. Yeah, I think just all the rotations are different. So mine is more remote work. I started off with training in Epic and have been kind of deep in Epic and Slicer Dicer and data analysis, and then meeting with leaders as well and being able to discuss that. But definitely days look different.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That was really interesting for me to know.
Thank you.
I see that we also have a question in the chat.
Okay.
We're all okay with answering that. With the cost of living in Los Angeles, yes, it is pretty high, but Cedars-Sinai does provide relocation for housing. For transportation, I recently just found this out actually that if they have you driving to different clinics and stuff, you can file for reimbursement through a third-party vendor, but there's that and housing. But for the actual cost of living in Cedars-Sinai, I guess the typical finance answer would just be save as much as you can.
And you can also find the compensation range on our website, so you can definitely visit that site for more detailed information. Serena. Thank you for that answer, AK.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I wanted to ask a little bit more about how the rotation assignments were decided. Do fellows have input or are they fully assigned? And even like segueing from that question, do you feel that you have a lot of autonomy over how you approach these projects, or are you kind of guided by leadership to walk through these obstacles that may come along your project?
I'll take the first portion of the question in terms of rotation. So as part of each of their core rotations, which the core rotations are ambulatory clinics, strategy and business development, finance and revenue cycle, and then strategy and business development. In each of those core rotations, there is a rotation sponsor. This is a executive level executive director, or VP level person. And so they're instrumental in the design of the rotation. Now we do take into consideration, we are flexible with the fellows, and this is in the inaugural year, it's our first year. So we are open to various different things. But for the majority of what the rotation looks like and when it'll happen for the fellows, our rotation sponsors play a big role as well as the TMP office. And we look at various different things. We look at, where the fellow is in terms of developing. We look at some early strengths that they showed in the recruitment and the application process, and that really helps us determine their first rotation. But there is heavy involvement from the rotation sponsors in determining that. And I'll let the fellows answer the second part of your question. Can you reiterate it for us, or Do you all need Serena to say it again?
Oh yeah, I think it was about
Can you reiterate the
autonomy, right?
second?
Yes, I just wanted to know like how much guidance you have throughout your projects. If you like were to have any obstacles, do you feel that you kind of struggle to find yourself making progress through those issues, or do you feel that like senior leadership is able to guide you through those issues, like if you do have any?
I'll speak to my project quickly. I would say that it was very well set up and structured. Like I was introduced to people who I could ask questions when needed, and then they encouraged me to ask questions early and often. And then outside of that, they've kind of left it up to me to take the analysis my own direction or kind of propose what I think is best and then work on it together. So there's definitely autonomy in that way. The second way I would say is one of the leaders that I'm working under, Dr. Christine Palermo, is actually a leader in AI. So even though that's not the center of my project, since she's leading that, there's more opportunities for me to get involved with AI in the organization just because it's an interest for me. So that is, I'm able to kind of tap into more experiences and learning out of the program as well.
I can speak to a little bit of my projects as well. For medical networks, for the Access Dashboard and the Physician Scorecard, I would say they just sent me a bunch of meeting invites. They have recurring meetings every week about these projects. I got on these meetings. I gathered as much information as I could about what these projects entail. And then it was kind of also just up to me to figure out how to navigate these projects. I was able to talk to my rotation sponsor as well as the project manager, and they kind of gave me the rundown on these projects. But then after that, they completely hand those projects off to me. And then if I had any questions, I was more than welcome to ask my rotation manager as well as the project manager. But yeah, it was just like from there, I was thrown into it and then kind of just like figuring out what to do with it, which was kind of fun in a sense. I got to meet a lot of people myself instead of being introduced. I got to introduce myself, so that was nice. And then for one of the questions from David for the last 8 months of the rotation, what was going on was we were going to do the 4 rotations, the medical networks, finance, we have strategy and business development, and then hospital operations. And then I think what was going to happen was we pick an area that we sort of find ourselves working in, and then we would work in that rotation for the last 8 months as well.
Thank you so much, TMP Fellows, Priya, Marina, and AK for sharing your perspective. I want to be conscious of Malia's time. I know we need to get to the next presentation, but if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to the TMP Administrative Fellowship email. You can find that on our website. There's also some really great resources on the website, so please feel free to check that out, and I'll look in the chat and see and make sure that we answer all of the questions and hang around. Thank you so much for your time.
Administered it for me. That was amazing. Thank you. Thanks as always, Dana and the Cedars team. Congrats to the new fellows on starting your new roles, and feel free to hang out and answer any like last remaining questions in the chat. But thanks so much for joining in. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Mike over at Boston Medical.
Hi, everybody. Pleasure to meet you. And shout out to Malia, who is my personal hero most days. Lots of gratitude to you. Also, shout out to Priya, because I also went into the MPH program at Yale, so I love shouting out a fellow alum. But thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I'm going to share screen for a presentation, but I'll move rather quickly because I'll want to maximize time for questions. So for folks who are meeting me for the first time, my name is Mike Jeppes. I am the program manager for the BMCHS Administrative Fellowship. Outside of that, I'm also the broader administrative manager for our population health department. And let me go ahead and share screen with y'all just to give you a rundown of the work that we do. So bear with me for a quick second as I share screen. Actually, Malia, how am I sharing screen on this?
There should be a button down at the bottom where you can. Let me make you.
There we go. Found it.
There you go.
All right. Okay, excellent. All right, share screen. Can everybody see a PowerPoint presentation okay?
Yep.
All right, excellent. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'll kind of run through this in a few different components. I already introduced myself. but I'll do a little bit walkthrough of why BMC, little selfish advertisement, give you some general information on the fellowship, and then kind of walk through the application requirements, along with some highlights on typically asked questions. So hopefully I'll get ahead of some of the things people have on their radar. But why BMC? I think one is the culture, something I really want to highlight. We've been recognized by a lot of major organizations and news outlets, Newsweek, Forbes, Becker's Hospital Review. We're recognized for our commitment to culture, community, and belonging. We're known for being a really intentional space that prioritizes the mental health well-being of our staff and making sure that you are showing up as your best self and providing you with the resources and supports that you need to do that. I think I can speak as someone who came in an entry-level role. It's a very supportive environment that's really geared toward focusing on your professional development, whether that be here at BMC or whether it be elsewhere. And something I really take pride on in our hospital, in our health system more broadly, is we're very ingrained in local communities. And something I always tell applicants, or really students more broadly, is if you're interested in knowing if a health system walks the walk, it doesn't just talk the talk, look at the work they're doing. I always tell folks, look at the payer mix ratio. Are they primarily seeing patients who have private insurance? What about Medicare, Medicaid? What are their patient populations like? I was born and raised in Boston myself. We are based in the South End community area, which is known for being a very heavily Black and Latino neighborhood, which I pride in being Latino myself. And the way we engage community is kind of a few different steps. I think one, we focus on just making ourselves visible and sharing more about what we do. So what are our service lines? How do we work with people? And more specifically, how do we shift from not just direct healthcare delivery, but focus on supporting our patients on a broader scale of social determinants of health? We then kind of go into an investigative model where we seek to understand what are the community needs, right? Every patient is different, every community is different, and so it's not a one-size-fits-all model. And then ultimately in the long term, we restructure or modify the services we provide based on what we're hearing from the community. So to give you a concrete example, we recently expanded our system to include 2 new hospitals based in the Brighton and Dorchester areas of Boston. Given that we are earlier in our relationship building in these regions, we've been focusing on doing a few different initiatives to get to better understand community needs. So one thing we did at BMC South is we did what we call the Men's Health Night. But essentially what we did is we engaged with the government agencies in Brockton. We heard from the mayor that some of the things that have been on patients' radar community members' radar has been cardiovascular health and mental health. As you know, the male loneliness epidemic is a phenomenon that's getting more attention lately. And so we launched panel conversations where local residents could speak directly to medical personnel in both these departments, get information about how to access care, what resources are available. And as a result of learning more about this, we've been investing heavily on the services lines, particularly in cardiology and stroke management over at BMC South. We organized a film screening to share more information about menstruation and uterine health for local residents. We partnered with our OBGYN department to both host the event, but also answer questions that women have, particularly young adolescents. Again, as a way to better understand what are community concerns and how we adjust the care we provide accordingly. And then more broadly, like, who are we? We are, when we say a health system, we're 3 major hospitals. We provide over 1,000 patient beds and are the largest emergency and trauma service in New England. We have a network affiliation with 12 community health centers in the surrounding area to help make sure that these patients who primarily go to these CHCs for primary care have access to specialty services. We have our own health plan. We also have what we call the Health Equity Accelerator, which is new, and it's an entity particularly focused on addressing disparities that are more prominent in Black and Latino populations, including diabetes, cancer, and so forth. We have the Graken Center for Addiction. We have a very strong reputation for supporting patients with substance use disorders. And then we have our specialty pharmacy as well. And then these are just some quick numbers about who we are. Again, from a ratio perspective on payers, over 80% of our patients are publicly insured or uninsured. We are a very largely recognized safety net hospital. And we are very particularly focused on cardiovascular health and emergency medical services, some of the specialties where we get special standing. Now to give you just a quick overview of the fellowship. So I'll note a few things. We have a 1-year long fellowship, and it's really centered on 4 critical components. The first is we start the first 3 months of the fellowship providing rotations through both clinical and functional departments. So yes, you're going to be looking at ambulatory operations and population health and inpatient services. You're also going to learn about revenue cycle. You're going to learn about human resources. You're going to learn about the departments that really provide the underlying backbone and foundation so we can provide the medical care that is so necessary. We also provide shadowing opportunities for folks who are interested in networking and getting to know leaders in different departments. This is especially useful if you're someone like me who entered this arena saying, I don't have a particular issue area of focus, so I kind of want to understand everything to get a better gauge of what that might look like moving forward. The latter 9 months of the fellowship are focused on projects. And then we also have a mentorship structure that includes 4 different tiers of mentorship support. Oh, there we go. And then just to give you a further idea about the rotations we do, again, I mentioned it's a mix of both direct medical care and support services. And we make sure to cover all of these through a 3-month period. So we proactively reach out to each department leader to say, what are the periods that you can provide these opportunities for our fellows, coordinating schedules. I do a lot of that back-end work to make sure that you have a seamless experience. And then again, this is just another slide kind of walking through what are some of the potential topical areas where we provide projects. Our fellowship is led by our 2 VP level sponsors, Christine Pace, who is our Vice President of Population Health, and Hannah Lever, who is our Vice President of Ambulatory Operations. And then I wanted to re-highlight these 4 tiers of support we provide. So the first thing we do is we have a weekly check-in, usually with myself, as a member of the Fellowship Planning Committee. You can think of me as your point person for operational support. So questions on onboarding, on offboarding, questions about professional development opportunities and rotations and project options. The project managers are also providing weekly check-ins. Think of them as being more specific for subject matter expertise. So they might be the person you ask about a deliverable, about a work stream you're tackling. Then you have your mentors who are typically director level position or above. These are bi-weekly check-ins. Think of this as the right audience to ask sort of more of like a broader career pathway question. So how to network and relationship build within the hospital, outside of the hospital, kind of getting their guidance about what a career in healthcare admin can look like, because there's so many different manifestations of that. And then health system leadership, VP and above, is quarterly. And this is the space to really ask folks about their long-term career arc to better understand how to get to the positions they're in and see what your own trajectory can look like. And then I want to highlight, we are a relatively new fellowship. 4 of our recent graduates are highlighted here. We've been fortunate enough to retain 3 of them. So Khadija, Davina, and Kishav are all in manager level roles. Khadija in ACO operations, Davina in value-based care, and then Kishav is administrative manager in our OBGYN department. And then our fellow Umama is currently a senior manager of perioperative services at Tufts Medical Center. And then this will be quick, the application requirements. We're pretty standardized, similar to many other fellowship programs. Anyone is welcome to apply, not just in master's programs, but you could be a PhD student and apply. I think what I like to clarify to folks is that we are really tailoring the fellowship to people who are early in their careers. So if you are in a PhD program, but maybe you're switching to a new career in healthcare admin, this might be the right fit for you. But if you're someone who has extensive experience in healthcare administration, is completing a PhD, you might be looking to transition to a director level role or above upon graduating. And so this program may not be tailored to you. And so we say everybody's welcome to apply with a graduate degree, provided they're within 1 year of their graduation. But just be intentional about reflecting on what is your current expertise level, and does a fellowship tailored to, early career professionals fit with your needs. And then we'll typically ask folks to provide a resume, a personal statement providing more context on your interest in our fellowship program. We typically ask for a few short answer questions, 3 letters of recommendation, and your graduate school transcript. We recognize that many folks applying are in between the first and second year of a master's program as sort of our more frequent audience, and that's okay. We'll typically just ask for first year degrees. There's no expectation you have a fully completed transcript. And then from a timeline perspective, our application is currently open on NAVCAS. We will be closing it end of day on September 10th, after which point we'll use the following week to screen applications and begin virtual interviews with a few panelists on the 21st. And then our hope is that by the following week, we have selected candidates for on-site interviews and are able to extend offer letters in early October. And to the question mentioned in the earlier presentation, we typically welcome 2 new fellows each year. And then as far as typically asked questions that I want to highlight, we often get asked if we support foreign applicants or international students. We do not provide work visas at this time, but if you are able to meet eligibility requirements under the optional practical training status, we are happy to accept you. Are we offering permanent roles after completion? We cannot guarantee a full-time role based for equity reasons because everybody else is applying directly for positions. We do work very extensively to help you identify a permanent role. We help connect you from a networking perspective with senior leaders in the departments that interest you. We provide resume screenings. We do practice interviews. We're very strongly committed to trying to support you. And again, that can be retainment, that can be prepping you like Umama for a higher role in a different institution. And then as far as compensation and benefits, I'll be pretty transparent here. We have a standardized baseline salary of $75,000. That does not include benefits, which obviously include healthcare insurance, dental benefits, and so forth. In addition to that baseline salary, we offer 2 additional components. The first is a relocation allocation of about $3,000. But we want to be clear that is meant to compensate for any materials that you are purchasing in service of your job. So for example, I had to buy 2 new monitors to start this position. I had to buy a work desk. Things that wouldn't qualify would be things like, I'm paying for my U-Haul for relocating or furniture. But know that there's a $3,000 supplemental support for work-related purchases. In addition to that, after 6 months, so in the second half of your fellowship, you are able to access the education/tuition reimbursement fund from our HR department. That's $5,000. And that can cover things like attending conferences, tuition expenses for any training programs or classes you're taking. And then the last thing I'll note on this front is we do make sure that our baseline salary is competitive with other major fellowship programs in the area. So that looks like Mass General Brigham, that looks like Tufts Medical Center, Boston Children's Hospital, and so forth. So I'll take a quick pause there. That was quite a bit of information. And again, I apologize. I wanted to move fast to make space for Q&A. But otherwise, I'll open the floor now, and I'm happy to answer anything that's on people's minds. I see a hand up. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Mike, for this great presentation. I had a quick question before I go ahead. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Shreyan Singhvi. I'm an administrative intern at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Spent quite some time at Mount Auburn Hospital and Leahy Clinic. So there were those collaborations with Boston Medical Center for research. My question was regarding, I really like the initiatives that BMC is doing and wanted to know, apart from that, what are some strategic priorities for the center? And being a 1-year program, how do fellows get to contribute towards that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think one of our strategic goals at this time is ingraining ourselves in the communities at BMC Brighton and BMC South. For folks who don't know, the way that manifested is these 2 hospitals, which previously had different names, were part of a for-profit system that went bankrupt. And so we, in addition to other hospital systems in the area, absorbed some of these hospitals that were lost as a result of that bankruptcy. And so a couple of the initiatives we had to tackle, from an outside the facility perspective, is making sure that people understood, your patient care isn't ending. You are still going to be seen at these hospitals. We are credentialing your clinicians. You can still get all your care here. Providing some communications campaigns on here's why that shutdown happened. It is not a result of poor quality of care at these hospitals. It is not a result of any negligence from a provider, and it is purely, unfortunately, a financial situation from a third party. So a lot of it was trust building. We had to tackle a big lift on EMR integration, which is quite an initiative, recognizing that they were using different systems. We use Epic. And so a lot of our work right now is one, like expanding our services to be at the same tier as on the main campus at these two affiliated hospitals. And then related to that, modifying our service lines accordingly. And so, as I mentioned before, I think where we've heard a lot of community need is OBGYN, cardiovascular health, and mental health. So making sure that we are structuring ourselves to have the capacity from a hiring perspective, to have the providers ready to care for this influx of patients, making sure that credentialing has been addressed, and making sure that we are expanding to tailored initiatives based on the needs of these individuals. So, I think of some hospitals under mental health will have an epilepsy center, recognizing the large volume of patients and those needs. Similarly, we are expanding to include tailored mental health programs, supporting folks who, for instance, are experiencing feelings of isolation and depression, and really catering the care to that. Long ramble, but hope that answers your question, and happy to clarify if it hasn't.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for mentioning that. I've been working on a credentialing project here as well, so it was very interesting to know that. I know that's a challenge always. So thank you so much.
Of course, happy to help. I see a comment in the chat, so I'll respond to that, and then I'll go to Polly, who has her hand raised. So the question in the chat is regarding the tuition benefits. Can it be used toward tuition from a previously completed graduate program, or is it for courses taken while employed? At this time, the benefit is tailored to courses that are enrolled in while employed. But I also want to be clear that we do have a loose definition of tuition reimbursement. So that can include a class. Maybe you say I signed up for a course at Boston University School of Public Health or the Questrom School of Business. That can also include trainings. If you want to sign up for a PMP program, that qualifies for reimbursement. If you are really eager to attend a conference, that can help cover registration fees as well. And I'll note that specifically as far as conference reimbursement goes, in addition to the funding through the HR tuition fund, we also have funding allocated specifically for the fellowship to support registration fees and conference expenses, especially to supplement that first half of the year when you're not yet eligible for the HR tuition benefit. And then, Polly, I saw your hand raised. Feel free to go for it.
Okay. Hi, Mike. Actually, I did message you on LinkedIn, but we haven't had the chance to talk to each other. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And I wanted to ask you about BMC, that we can see a lot of information on the website. So I've been wondering, would there be any kind of information that not a lot of people talk about BMC, but you wish that people from the outside would know?
Yeah, I think something I really like to elevate to folks is our holistic approach to care that goes beyond direct medical support services. So some two concrete examples that stand out for me is we have what we call the solar power prescription program. And essentially, we've heard from patients in the community that, particularly in the South End community, that unfortunately they're kind of in a situation when it comes to financial support that they have to choose. Do I pay my utilities? Do I pay my rent or my mortgage? Or do I go see the doctor and pay for this clinical bill? Alternatively, are the things that are happening at home a key factor in why they're coming to our clinical settings? And so what we do is we have a vast system of solar panels across the main hospital, and the electricity that generates is then sent over to supplement the resources provided for electricity for our members. And so they have credits they can use to pay off their utility bills. Something else we heard is food scarcity. And so I would say we talk about food deserts a lot, locations where there isn't a lot of supermarkets or grocery stores. I think something that maybe is a newer term for folks is food swamps. And food swamps speaks to areas where there's so much fast food and processed food locations that it makes it very easy to rely on those resources over grocery shopping. And so we've created rooftop gardens where we produce thousands of pounds of produce every year that we then distribute to our members based on the resources they're saying they are lacking from as far as food scarcity or food security during their check-ins with primary care physicians. So I like to really highlight that our care far extends to the direct clinical setting and is looking at what's happening before and after the medical appointment. And then I saw a note that we are almost up on time, so I'll take maybe one or two more questions. And otherwise, I'll let you know how to contact me outside of this webinar. Serena, I see your hand up.
Hi, Mike. I'm a huge fan of Boston as a New Yorker, so don't kill me for that.
That's a great start.
Okay. I really did enjoy your presentation. one thing that I am very curious about is you put a lot of emphasis on walking that walk and talking that talk. So tell me a little bit more about how BMC kind of, I guess, how do they show those values in the work they do from a day-to-day basis? You talk about how BMC really puts emphasis on the well-being of its patients and its workers, but how does that translate to the work that fellows do? Do you feel that fellows are very well supported? Do you feel that they have the help that is needed, especially for this transition from like an early careers point of view?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll start with the sort of the fellowship specific focus and kind of pan out. So from the fellowship front, I'm the main point of contact during the onboarding process. And so you can think of me as your liaison for very direct transactional needs like getting medical clearance, getting your badge, going to HR. I'm also used the first week to ask like, what is the information you maybe feel most insecure might be a strong word, but maybe you feel most limited on coming out of your graduate program. And that could be, listen, we talked a lot about health insurance, but I don't really know anything about ACOs, right? And so I use that information to then tailor the onboarding plan to include 101 presentations from department leaders in those teams to give you a broader context in the work we do. Two, I think of me as your advocate. And so, we assign project managers. I will note, because someone asked in the earlier presentation, how do projects get assigned? We have the department leaders submit project applications. Obviously, we can't take up all of them. And so what we'll do is we'll then check in with our fellows to see what are your current interest areas? Is it value-based care? Is it analytics? And then to the point where we can match one for one, we'll typically pair you in those areas. Conversely, if we feel like there's a lot of hesitation or like nervousness around exploring new terrain, like, listen, I've done a lot of health policy work. I do not know scratch on ambulatory operations. We intentionally make sure the projects are designed for initial learning. We're not going to put you in a scenario where we say, okay, so I hope you're really good at financial models because that's the key focus here. We're very clear with our project managers of like, this is their starting point. Is a project suited for that? And let's make sure we provide support for that. So your check-ins can't just be what are the deliverables progress, but it should be what are the new tools you're using or the new skills? How can we support you in building those skills? And then I serve as a liaison to further enforce that message. So think of me from the advocacy perspective. And then we also like to make sure that we support the pace of your learning. And that's very critical for us. So, some people move faster than others, and that's not an issue on anyone's part. It could just be I had prior experience in healthcare admin. It could be I really know I like ambulatory ops and I want to make my first 10 projects in that arena versus someone who's learning new things on value-based care. And so we make sure to really be intentional about saying like, this is catered to your learning. It is not catered to prior achievement, and really centering that from a mental health standpoint. We encourage folks to take time off. We are very critical against like post 40-hour work schedules. If you are feeling pressure to work weekends or evenings, which thankfully has not been an issue, it is my role to say, nope, that's not happening. So know that our boundaries are very clear and intentional. I think from a broader employment perspective, I think that expands further, and that looks like one, like what are the benefits we provide. That includes providing private resources for mental health well-being. We have an ombuds program for more private conversations or resources staff might need. Like, listen, I'm dealing with a substance use disorder and I am not sharing that information with my peers. It's understandable. These are private, anonymous resources to provide you with the care you need outside of the workplace. So that's a little bit of how I hope we walk the walk and not just talk the talk, but always happy to chat offline too. And let me go ahead and drop, because I think we're over by a bit. So let me drop our email address in the chat in case folks want to reach out to me. And that chat is also monitored by our current and prior fellows, so they can share more information on their experiences if you're looking for that lens. All right, folks. Well, I will go ahead.
That was amazing.
Yeah, sorry, I took so long.
You're good. You're absolutely good. We're making good time. You're awesome. It's always great to hear you. So it was an amazing presentation. And if you want to hang out, just in case there might be another question, you can hang on for a couple minutes if you have time.
Yeah, very happy to do that. Thank you all so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna throw it over to Viraj and the team at MedStar. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you so much. Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, you too.
Excited to be here. And let me just share my screen. Alrighty. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Viraj, and I'm joined by my two other co-fellows, Sean and Peyton. And today we're just going to give a quick overview of the 3 different potential fellowship tracks that MedStar offers. So just for a quick little agenda, we're going to just do introductions. We'll talk about 3 specific tracks MedStar offers. We'll go through our application process, and then we can do a quick Q&A. So again, my name is Viraj. I'm MedStar's Health System Fellow.
And then I'm Peyton Miller. I'm MedStar's Washington Hospital Center's Administrative Fellow.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sean Reed. I'm MedStar's Ambulatory Services Administrative Fellow.
And so just to kind of talk about our fellowship structure. So even though there's 3 separate tracks, our fellowship structure is similar in the sense that all 3 of us have introductory one-on-one meetings with MedStar's top leadership for our first 6 to 8 weeks throughout our fellowship. Sean and I are both based out of the corporate office in Columbia, Maryland, while Peyton's going to be at Washington Hospital Center in DC. Now, for all 3 of our fellowships, it's very self-directed, and we have the opportunity to get exposed to our areas of interest and also just whatever needs the organization has. So we get to work with our preceptors and identify what projects we want the opportunity to be a part of. So I'm going to start talking about the health system fellowship. So ultimately with the health system fellowship, you have the opportunity to participate in high-level discussions regarding strategy and operations within MedStar. I have the opportunity of being able to sit in on board meetings, leadership meetings with all of MedStar's top 70 executives out of our 35,000 associates. And I get to see how they solve real-time issues up close and personal. And I also get to witness different leadership styles based off of that. Some areas that I have the opportunity of getting projects in include patient quality and safety, clinical outcomes, supply chain management, risk management, patient experience, pharmacy, integrated operations, strategy, and marketing. So here are the preceptors that I directly report to. So I had the opportunity of getting to meet with Jeff Matan, who's the Senior Vice President of Integrated Ops at MedStar, on a weekly basis. And every week with Jeff, it's really good for me just because he sits me down and he kind of shows me step by step what's going on with MedStar and what I should be learning about. And anytime I have any questions, he's just a really good resource to have. I also had the opportunity of meeting with our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Drass, on a month-to-month basis. And with Dr. Drass, I had the opportunity to really talk about my project, ask her any questions I have that I heard in the leadership meeting or board meeting or in a strategy meeting. And she's a really good resource to have to kind of guide me whenever I have any questions. And then I also had the opportunity of meeting with Ken Samet, who's the president and CEO of MedStar. And I also had the opportunity of meeting him once a week. And Ken's made it very clear that he wants me to be able to ask him questions. And that also allows him to kind of reflect on decisions he's made. And he's also a really good resource to have when, asking for what projects or what I should be focusing on. So something cool about my preceptors and mentors is the fact that 2 out of 3 of them with Jeff and Ken are former fellows. Jeff Matan was the first ever health system fellow. And then Ken Samet was a Washington Hospital Center fellow. So a really good indicator of kind of the retention here at MedStar when it comes to fellowship, which is now what I'm going to talk about is our recent fellow success. So when looking at it, MedStar has a really good track record of retaining their fellows. And so within the past, I believe 13 years, 11 out of the 13 have stayed. That too, you have the opportunity to become, integrated within leadership at MedStar, and showcasing two of our two former fellows right here. We can see that they became presidents of two of MedStar's 10 hospitals. So, after the fellowship, you still have the opportunity to climb the leadership ladder at MedStar if that's what you choose. And they just have a really good track record of taking care of fellows and really ensuring that they are integrated well into MedStar's system. I'm now going to be passing it off to Sean to talk about our ambulatory fellowship track.
Yeah, definitely. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Sean Reed, the MedStar Administrative Fellow for the Ambulatory Services. So let's kind of talk specifically about the fellowship. So MAS is one of the largest outpatient networks in the region, and that's kind of one of the things that attracted me to this fellowship. So instead of seeing one part of healthcare, you kind of get a wide variety of different ambulatory operations, from primary care, specialty practices, surgery centers, urgent cares, and much more. So it kind of gives you a broad perspective on healthcare operations. So let's go into the MAS portfolio. So MAS has 5 business entities, and throughout the fellowship, you have the opportunity to work with each one of them. So we have our MedStar Ambulatory Care Centers, which are known as our MACs. We have our MedStar Health Urgent Care Sites. We have our MedStar Health Radiation Oncology, MedStar Radiology Network, and then MedStar Surgery Centers. So MAS as a whole is comprised of 10 imaging centers, 8 surgery centers, 9 ambulatory care sites, and then 8 radiation therapy sites. And then we also have 34 urgent care center sites. So collectively, that's about 60 locations across the region, which means that none of your projects will be exactly alike. So let's go into our MACs. So our ambulatory care centers, they're pretty unique because they bring together so many specialties under one roof. So you'll see everything from primary care and pediatrics to orthopedics, physical therapy, women's health, urology, and many different other specialties. So for me, it'll be a great opportunity to understand how leaders manage these complex multi-specialty operations while still creating that seamless experience for the patient. So basically understanding that organized chaos that goes on behind the scenes. So as previously stated, we have 34 urgent care sites. We actually have one site opening on Monday, which is in DC, Noma. So our urgent care network is continuing to grow, and that's pretty exciting because it gives a fellow another side of ambulatory care to experience. So as a fellow, you're encouraged to meet the leaders, visit sites, participate in different projects that directly impact these locations. And then one thing that I appreciate being the MAS fellow is that you're not confined to one office. So you're expected to go out, see the different sites, meet people, and kind of just understand how the organization operates firsthand. So I think mentorship is honestly one of the biggest strengths of this fellowship. So your primary preceptor is Teresa, which is our AVP of Patient Experience and Associate Communications. And you'll meet with her regularly throughout the fellowship, so every week. And then we also work closely with Art, the president of MedStar Ambulatory Services. So along with Art and Teresa, along with several of the other senior leaders across the organization. And then one thing that kind of stands out to me is how accessible everyone truly is. Even with the leaders being very busy, they always make time to answer your questions, offer guidance, and just help you grow as a fellow. So you're never really expected to figure out everything on your own. So what kind of goes on during a fellowship? What's the fellowship structure? So the fellowship starts with about 6 to 8 weeks of rotations. And during that time, you'll basically be meeting the leaders across the organization, learning how each department functions, and identifying projects that may be of interest to you, but also align with the organizational priorities of MAS. And then after the rotations, you'll transition into leading whatever projects, also while continuing to build those relationships that you made early on. And then towards the end of the fellowship, you have the opportunity to complete an operations rotation where essentially you step into whatever arena you want to as in an operational leadership role. And it's a great opportunity to kind of take everything that you've learned throughout the year and kind of just apply it and put it into operations. So similar to Virage, I think one of the strongest indicators of our fellowship is where the previous fellows end up. So you'll see many of our past fellows, they stayed within MedStar in leadership positions, while others have gone on to leadership opportunities at other health systems. So to me, that kind of speaks to the quality of the experience and the investment that MedStar makes into making sure the fellows get a great development experience. So I'll be passing it along to Peyton to speak to the Hospital Center Fellowship.
Thank you, Sean. All right, guys. So I'm just going to run through, of course, the Washington Hospital Center Fellowship super quickly. So just before getting into the fellowship, I just wanted to give a quick overview of the hospital where the fellow is located. So MedStar Washington Hospital Center, or MWHC, is a 912-bed academic medical center located, of course, in Washington, D.C. We're a team of nearly 8,000 associates and home to numerous nationally recognized programs. So just a few examples are the MedStar Heart and Vascular Institute, the Washington Cancer Institute, and MedStar, which is our level 1 trauma center. MWHC also hosts DC's only VAD program and the region's only adult burn center. And then just a few recent milestones include receiving magnet recognition for nursing, performing the first robotic mitral valve surgery, a 4.6% increase in net operating revenue, even welcoming over 3,500 newborns last year. So of course, just like the other tracks, mentorship is a key part of the fellowship. You'll work very closely with Dr. Oslam, who is our COO, and she serves as the fellow's direct preceptor, and you'll get to meet with her on a weekly basis. You'll also have monthly touch points with the hospital president, Dr. Argyros, and really benefit from open door access to both of those leaders. The fellow sits within the executive suite, so this is alongside many other key leaders like the CFO, the VP of Perioperative Services, and Chief Quality Officer, really offering that regular exposure to executive level conversations and decision making. So really, truly, preceptors here are very approachable, collaborative, and committed to the fellow's growth. The fellowship, again, is just based out of the hospital in Washington, D.C., with many projects and exposure from anything in inpatient, outpatient, and support services. Specifically new to this year, the fellow will spend their first 12 weeks rotating through a variety of departments just to really better introduce them to MWHC operations. And then following that, similar to the other tracks, the experience is very self-directed and project-based. So the fellow does work very closely with their preceptor to just identify and select projects that really match their interests as well as organizational needs. And again, just a lot of these projects really do expose the fellow to strategic and operational decision-making, both at the hospital and system level. And then again, just to really drive this home, MWHC does have a very strong history of developing future leaders. Previous fellows have gone on to become managers, directors, vice presidents, and even hospital presidents. You know, as Viraj mentioned, one of our most notable examples is Ken Samet, who's the current president and CEO of MedStar Health, who did begin his journey as an MWHC fellow. So I'm going to pass it back to Viraj, and he's going to go over our application process.
Thanks, Peyton. So now for our application process, we accept applications via NAFCAS, by email through our admin fellows email, or by mail. Okay, so to kind of go over just eligibility, eligible applicants are those who have received either their MHA, MPH, or MBA from an accredited program. Eligible applicants must receive their degree within 12 months prior to the start of their fellowship, or will receive their degree upon the completion of their fellowship. And just to reiterate, we're unfortunately not able to sponsor visas. So what we require for our application: we require for all three tracks a cover letter, resume, 3 letters of recommendation, 1 from an employer and 1 as an academic reference, and the 3rd letter of rec can be of your choosing. We require a personal statement, and applicants who want to apply to more than 1 track need to specify within their personal statement the 2 tracks that they're interested in. You also need to address your interest in healthcare administration, what your career objectives are, and your reason for seeking a fellowship. And then we also require your official graduate transcript, But for like undergrad, it doesn't necessarily need to be official. It just can just be the transcript itself. So if you're planning on applying through NAFCAS, you'll be given this option where you can select your top 2 tracks. And you're able to select 2 out of the 3 that you find the most interesting or think that would be a good fit for you. You're able to get first round interviews for both tracks that you're interested in, but when it comes to final round interviews, you can only get selected for one. So for application submission, you need to submit your application before September 10th, whether that be email, NAFCAS, or mailing it in. And if you're going to mail it in, obviously, you have to mail it in prior to September 10th. So if you're going to mail it, don't mail it like September 8th or 9th because we're not going to get it by September 10th. And if you have any questions, you can always reach out to us or the admin fellow email, and we're more than happy to help. And then here's I'm going to give it to Sean to talk about the timeline for the application.
All right, yeah, definitely. Thank you, Viraj. So kind of just speak on the application timeline. So starting pretty soon, about mid-August, we'll do our rolling virtual interviews. So how this works is pretty much we don't wait until after the application closes. We do rolling interviews. So you put in the application, you should expect to hear back from us pretty soon. And then September the 10th, our application closes. Anything after September the 10th, we will not be accepting. And then by late September, we should be finished up. Well, we will be finished up with our first round interviews. And this will be our final round interviews. And you'll have the opportunity to either visit the Washington Hospital or visit the corporate office free of charge. We'll pay for all of your accommodations if you're fortunate enough to get a final round interview. And then by late September, we'll extend your offer or you'll know our decision.
And that's all we have for today. We attached our emails on the slide. So if you have any questions regarding the specific tracks that we're fellows for or just MedStar in general, please feel free to reach out to us. And we're open to any questions. Also, if you have any questions directed for Peyton, we can take those first because she has to leave the call at 3. So any questions that you want to ask her, you can ask right now. I think there's a question in the chat.
I see a couple in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I can do the second one. Yeah, so I can speak to the MedStar ambulatory services on-site interviews. So basically back-to-back interviews with all of the executive leaders. Yeah, that's pretty much it. For us, it's not a panel, but you do meet with multiple leaders at the same time. Yeah, but it's an on-site interview at our corporate office. I hope that answers your question. If you have anything specific that you would like me to speak on, please just ask.
And then MedStar is able to accept international students on STEM extensions. You're more than able to apply, and we can still accept your application.
I also wanted to say too, just because MedStar Washington Hospital Center's on-sites are a little bit different. So you'll have a few interviews with a few of our leadership team. And then we actually also do include an alumni fellow panel as well as a senior leader panel. So it will be a few hours of interviewing, which I promise it's not as bad as it sounds, but just a little bit different compared to, I know at least Sean's interviewing process. Viraj, I don't know if you're similar to his or not too, but just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, for the health system one, the day before my interview, I was taken to dinner by former fellows and the people that I was interviewing with. And then the next day, similar to Sean, mine was just back-to-back interviews with all of MedStar's executive team. So I met with Dr. Drass. You're supposed to meet with Ken, the CEO, but unfortunately he had a conflict in his schedule. And I think that was like the first time in 30 years he'd missed it. But typically you interview with him. You interview with Jeff, with some of the other COOs. But so all of MedStar's executive team, you had the opportunity to meet and interview with.
Yeah, I kind of left out the fun part of it as well. Like Verar said, the day before, you get to tour one of our Macs, one of our premium Macs in Bel Air. You get to tour that, and then we also have a dinner as well with some of the past fellows as well as the leadership team. So that's kind of some of the fun things prior to your interviews the next day.
Yeah. Shreyas?
Thank you so much, Viraj, Sean, and Peyton, for the presentation. My question was regarding, are there opportunities for a cross collaboration within the tracks? Can you all work on projects that are common project?
So I think when it comes to collaboration, the project that me, Sean, and Payne have the opportunity working on is this recruitment project of trying to find the next fellow for MedStar. Um, Other than that, like at least for me, I had the I know like next week I'm going to Washington Hospital Center, so I'll see Peyton. But I won't necessarily have a project with her. And then with Sean, I had the opportunity of collaborating with ambulatory, but it necessarily won't be on the same project. But just because we're not collaborating on a project doesn't mean that we talk a lot. We do, and we're still able to keep in touch and kind of just share our experiences. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
I see Serena.
Hi, so nice to meet you all. I'm Serena. I'm a first year MHA student at George Washington University, so I'm not a stranger to the DMV. I'm a little bit curious. I feel that MedStar has so many vertically integrated hospitals and outpatient sites. Can you tell me a little bit more about how they ensure the quality of care that's being delivered to patients while also being consistent with employee well-being and morale throughout all of their systems? And I do have a follow-up question, but we'll go with the first one first, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can answer that question. So, I mean, yeah, like you stated, MedStar has 10 hospitals, over 300 ambulatory sites. So, I mean, quality is something we definitely do pay attention to. We have a really strong quality and safety team within MedStar, so we really ensure that we're working strongly with them. But also, MedStar as a whole has what we call systemness. And between all 10 hospitals and all of our ambulatory sites are all very well connected with each other. So, whatever best practices are done maybe at Washington Hospital Center, it can be similarly done at Good Sam or at St. Mary's or at Southern Maryland. And so we ensure that we're collaborating a lot between all the hospitals and ambulatory centers to really ensure that we're able to provide the best care that we possibly can.
Thank you. And then my second question is, I want to hear from the fellows. What do you think tends to distinguish a strong candidate for the health system track versus the MAS versus the NWHC track? Do you feel like it's more so about stated interest, or are there like specific qualities that kind of map better to certain tracks?
Yeah, I'll speak to the MAS fellowship. I think it's kind of more so just having a personal reason on why you're choosing that specific track. So for MAS, my reason was I was working in primary care, so I thought it'd be pretty cool to kind of see primary care on a bigger scale, seeing the outpatient services in that way. So just having that personal reason on why you're picking that specific track, and then just being able to expound upon it. If you're fortunate enough to get a first round interview, being able to expound upon it, and then when you get into a final round interview, making sure that you're able to, kind of go in super in depth regarding that.
Yeah, I think for health system, sorry.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
I think for health system, very similar to what Sean's saying. I feel like you have to have a strong why, and I feel like that definitely matters because this is very self-directed, as we've been saying. So, if your why isn't as strong and isn't really showcasing, why you think you'd be a good fit, then it's kind of hard for me and for all of MedStar to really make a decision on you being the next health system fellow. But also, I think soft skills and like EQ is something that MedStar really looks at. Relationship management here at MedStar is really important. We're not expecting anybody to be, subject matter expert within the field, especially because this role is meant for early careerists. But we're really looking for someone to be able to manage relationships, just because, I mean, you're networking with MedStar's top 70 executives here. So you have to be able to be personable. You have to be able to respect their time. You have to be able to use your discretion. And those are all kind of skill sets that we expect the next fellow to have for this role.
Thank you, Viraj.
Thank you. And I think that's great wisdom for a lot of the fellowship sites out there. Those soft skills, we hear about them a lot. Thank you, Viraj and Sean. And I know Peyton had to leave. I I know we're running a couple minutes behind, but if y'all, if there are any other questions for Viraj and Sean, please feel free to drop them in the chat or contact those emails that they provided. I see that Stephen and Layla are on the call. I don't know if we've been blessed with the presence of Jared Stone today, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it to the team at Henry Ford. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I hope, Malia, we can perform in Jared's absence. He will not be with us today, but I think Layla and I will do our best to make him proud in spirit.
Amazing. I bet y'all will do great.
Yeah, we're very happy to be here and to present to you guys. We're just going to get our PowerPoint up in 1 second.
Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yeah, it looks good. And we will discuss the exciting things happening here at Henry Ford. So again, thank you guys for your interest here and welcome to our presentation. We're excited to share more about a very brief organizational history of Henry Ford and a detailed description of our Henry Ford Administrative Fellowship Program here. And we'll just go right into myself and Layla. So hello, my name is Stephen Morales, and my executive sponsor is Dr. Adnan Mankara, who is the president and the clinical enterprise and chief physician executive. And I'll hand it off to Layla.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. My name is Layla Batar, and my executive sponsor is Denise Brooke-Williams, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Henry Ford Health.
And moving right along to Jared Stone, you see him there in the left corner. And what this slide really shows is a very brief overview of program leadership. So we're blessed with 3 program leaders here with the fellowship program. So on the first, you'll see Jared Stone, who's the program coordinator. In the middle, you'll see Catherine Susko, who's our director. And on the right, you'll see Nina Ramsey, who is our chief HR executive and the executive sponsor of the program. And really, what these 3 are really meant to do is together they provide guidance for us, mentorship, and really support us, Layla and I, navigate the organization, pursue some developmental opportunities, and truly achieve our fellowship goals. And we meet with these leaders on an executive or on a regular cadence about every month or so to really make sure we have the resources and support that's needed. And moving right along to some more leaders we meet on a monthly cadence are our executive sponsors. So on the left, you'll see Dr. Mankara, who is my sponsor, and on the right, you'll see Denise Brooks-Williams. And very similar to the previous slide, like I said, we'll be meeting with these executives about every month to go over goals, what we found challenging in the last month, what are some opportunities we'd like to explore in the next month. And these sponsors really work to challenge our thinking, really open doors for us, and really make sure we're, again, getting the most out of our fellowship experience. So a quick and brief overview of myself. I've been working for Henry Ford Health for a little bit more than 7 years, and my first job here was actually as a nurse. So I can proudly say very simply that our mission, vision, and values are very well integrated into everything that we're doing here at the system level, and even really down to the unit level like I worked on as a nurse. And you can truly see a lot of the team members, whether that's nursing, administrative, anything in between, really hold our simple mission of improving people's lives, our vision of compassion, science, and our values of service, excellence, creativity, and respect, truly shine through and are really hallmarks of how we hold ourselves here at Henry Ford, but also how we treat our patients and how we treat our work. And next slide, we'll go over why Henry Ford. I've been preaching to you guys about some of the exciting opportunities you have at Henry Ford, but here's really a big slide to go over what Henry Ford is, or why Henry Ford is different and what makes it unique. So as you'll see, Henry Ford Health here is one of the nation's leading comprehensive, fully integrated health systems, including 12 hospitals, 2 international hospitals, over 550 sites of care, an insurance arm in the Health Alliance Plan, and also one of the largest medical groups in the country. And some of these pictures you see on the right side of your screen encompass one of the very exciting initiatives we're leading here at Henry Ford in Detroit, which is called Destination Grand. So if you look at the top picture, Destination Grand is really a $3 billion investment here in the city. And the top picture is going to show, or is showing, our rendering of our new patient tower that is going to house our new state-of-the-art ICUs, OR rooms, cath labs, ER, things like that. And it's fully underway here in Detroit. And it's also very inspiring to see that come to fruition as I've worked here for 7 years and literally seen it go from nothing to where it's at today. And under that, you'll see another 3D rendering of developmental project work. And actually on the left side of that picture, that's our administrative office, and that's where Layla and I are currently located. And on the right side of that picture, you'll see it looks a lot more fun, a lot less concretey. And part of the Destination Grand initiative is to start making affordable housing, and that's what this administrative building is going to become, affordable housing for Detroit residents. And along with the hospital and affordable housing, we're also partnering with Michigan State University for a very state-of-the-art research center, along with building new agility lab, physical therapy and rehabilitation services and centers like that. So it truly is a very exciting time. And one more thing I'll mention about Henry Ford is the fact that we are still fully integrating within Ascension. So Henry Ford made a very landmark joint venture with Ascension Southeast Michigan in October 2024. So almost 2 years to the day today. And there are still plenty of opportunities to present themselves when it comes to integrating two very large health systems. And again, that makes it a very exciting time to be here as a fellow, and really opens doors to opportunities and things that you really wouldn't have imagined. And truly to be part of some joint venture like we're seeing right now is really a once in a career opportunity, and really makes Henry Ford, again, very unique in the space here within the industry.
Thanks, Stephen, for kicking us off and giving us a little bit of an overview of Henry Ford Health. And again, my name is Layla Batar. Unlike Stephen, I'm not from Michigan. I was born and raised in Utah, lived there my whole life, and decided to come out to Henry Ford Health solely for the purpose of this fellowship and to also just be immersed in the community health aspect. One thing about Henry Ford Health that you'll learn time and time again is that they want to be part of the community. They want to serve the community, and they want to make it as easy as possible in terms of getting access, and also just making it a place where not only are they doing the affordable housing, but also creating more jobs with Destination Grand as well too, is something that's huge. So going into the fellowship program a little bit in more detail, for the 2027 to 2028 class, we'll be offering 2 fellowship positions. And these fellowship positions are system-wide, but each fellow is assigned to an executive sponsor, preceptor, and mentor. And so these 3 people are all people that you'll be working closely with throughout the year. They'll be the ones that are helping you with projects, giving you feedback, and any guidance and advice that you need throughout the course of your year. We also have a 30-plus year history, so this makes the program well known and respected among the organization, making it an inviting and welcoming environment for fellows. And like I said, me being from Utah, I have been just so warmly welcomed since being here. The culture here is amazing, and I leave every single meeting that I've had in the last month just feeling truly energized. And every day I'm like, I made the right decision. And so I'm very happy with my decision of coming here. There's also plenty of support from the fellowship program coordinator and the fellowship director, who assist fellows in navigating throughout the system, capitalizing on development opportunities, and overall helping you reach your fellowship goals. And on top of that, you have the opportunity to connect with alumni and other system leaders. We have a huge alumni network here at Henry Ford Health. You are able to attend sites and clinical rotations, and also utilize your educational stipend to attend conferences, lectures, or pursue any professional certifications. So what does Henry Ford Health offer you? The goal of the Henry Ford Health Administrative Fellowship Program is to attract, develop, and retain a diverse pool of administrative leadership talent in an effort to really create a pipeline of future organizational leaders. So we are looking for energetic learners with high leadership potential who display an ability to think strategically, build relationships, and innovate approaches to healthcare delivery. Throughout the course of hearing about Henry Ford Health, you'll hear time and time again that we are a relationship building organization, and time again that proves to be true. So being able to lead with intention and also build these networks in order to help you with projects, but also to just kind of learn more about the system. And we also offer a platform that can accelerate your career advancement, enhance your leadership skills, and expose you all to some of the best leaders in the industry. And like I mentioned as well too, we are trying to create a pipeline of future organizational leaders. And so here are some examples of the job titles that past fellows currently hold. So we have vice presidents, we have group practice directors, we have administrative directors, managers of business development, program managers, and transformation consultants. Going into eligibility and NAFCAS application requirements. So our applications are through NAFCAS. And for eligibility, first and foremost is having a master's degree in any one of these areas or equivalent degrees. And we ask that it's just you finish your application and your degree is done by, well, your degree, excuse me, is done by July of 2027. And for the NAFCAS requirements, we ask that you finish the global application first. That's the first step before you can add any program to your NAFCAS application. So we ask for a resume or CV, we ask for short answer responses, we ask for a work sample, and this can be something that you've done in your graduate school program, something that you've done in an internship or your work, just something that speaks to you and represents your capabilities. We ask for 3 letters of recommendation, and with one of those letters of recommendation, we ask that it comes from your graduate program. And then lastly, your graduate school transcripts. And we did move our deadline up this year. So instead of it being due at the end of September, our application deadline is September 1st at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you're submitting, please submit by then. We are not accepting any incomplete applications. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Stephen or myself or attend the webinars and you can ask more questions there. And just to sum it up in the wise words of our CEO, Bob Riney, our fellowship program exposes individuals to a health system rich in culture, history, innovation, clinical expertise, and outstanding insurance and support systems. It is an organization dedicated to precedent-setting solutions within a complex environment, the perfect learning laboratory. And I'll stop there, and we are happy to answer any questions, and we'll also drop our emails in the chat as well, too.
Nicole, no, the application process is not rolling. It's just straight admission.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of kind of talking a little bit more about our selection timeline as well too, we will review our applications, and by the early September, we will do our first round of interviews. So we'll do a phone interview. Mid-September, we will do our virtual interview. So we're not holding in-person final round interviews. Those will be virtual. And then by mid-September, we'll give you an answer whether you have been accepted or not. And then you will start your fellowship journey in July of 2027.
And something I will speak to as well that we didn't really talk too much about was, Layla mentioned that the fellowship has been around for a long time here in the system. And when that's the case, you naturally have a lot of ingrained leaders that are alumni of the fellowship. Layla went over that slide that mentioned all of the job titles of fellows, and you saw vice presidents there. And what the nice thing about the fellowship is there truly is such a relationship driven degree of culture, like Layla had mentioned. And everyone has been so willing to jump in and help us with recruitment, with, project work, with advice. There's a lot of advice that Layla and I have been seeking out when we started this journey a little bit less than a month ago. And everyone has been so willing to talk to us and offer wisdom and advice. And it truly is incredibly special to see that a lot of the leaders that have gone through the fellowship are still here and really want to see you succeed. And to be honest, that's the same about our executive leaders. That's the same about even leaders that we're not technically assigned to. For example, Layla and I had just met the CEO, Bob Riney, a couple days ago, and he was incredibly elated to see us, and he's very invested in our development. And, that's truly something special that Henry Ford has here, and it really makes working here a wonderful, wonderful opportunity and a wonderful experience.
100%. And even in terms of getting projects, there are so many opportunities that will come to you. People are eager to have fellows on their teams and to get that outside perspective there. And so you'll never be short of finding any opportunities. And Johnny, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, and thank you both for talk today. Question. Can you give us an idea of like the day-to-day? Like, do you go into the office? Do you work on projects? Do you lead meetings? What does a typical week look like? And thank you for your time.
Yeah, of course. And Stephen, I can kick us off on that one. So Stephen and I are 1 month into our fellowship program right now. So this first month has been just program onboarding solely. And so we've been doing a lot of meet and greets with senior executives, also spending a lot of time with meeting with our alumni fellows. Stephen and I both are placed in 1-4 place, which is our administrative services building. We both have our own offices just opposite from each other in the hallway. And our day-to-days both respectively look a little different. It could be a matter of us maybe one day he's meeting with more alumni fellows than I am, and then also to kicking off on those projects as well. Recruitment has been our top priority right now. So from here to September, we'll be focusing on recruitment, but that doesn't mean you can't start a project right now, right? Or go out and look for opportunities. So we've been meeting with a lot of different system leaders as well too, seeing if there's any opportunities for us there. I've been working on a surgical center work group, so that's been something that's been keeping me busy. And then also teaming up with the cancer service line and helping them build a clinic as well too. So those have been two things that I've been working on respectively throughout the month.
Yeah, Johnny, to piggyback, and Layla answered that really well, but what I'll mention is this opportunity really is what you make it. If you decide that you want to come in a little bit early and leave a little bit early, that is totally up to you. We don't have specific rotations like other fellowship programs might. It's totally project based, and it really just depends on what you want to get involved in. If you want to spend a lot of your time learning about our insurance arm, you are free to do that, or a lot of your time learning about our population health center. Again, very free to do that. And that's truly the interesting thing about the fellowship. And we didn't mention it, but you have the keys to the kingdom of the organization. And that holds true because you're going to tell your executive sponsor that you want to get involved in this, and they're going to push you in that direction. And you're going to get as deep or as superficial in that as you would like to be, if that, answers your question.
Yes, that you definitely both did. That was really good. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I see a question in the chat. Are the meetings you are currently having with past fellows what will determine your future projects? It could be a potential. It could be somewhere where you find opportunities and finding your projects as well. But it's also nice to kind of meet with former fellows as well too, to get just a lay of the land, figure out their experiences as well, best practices, and just get a lot of advice from them as well too.
Yeah, and Nicole, again, I'll echo. One of the first things you do in the fellowship is fill out an interest form, and really give a good reflection as to what you're trying to get out of the fellowship. And a lot of people come in with different interests and different ideas. And obviously, me being a nurse, I thought I'd like to stay within nursing, and that's something I can explore. But I think a lot of people are also quite surprised when they get exposure to other things that they're not sure about, and really find value in learning more about those things. So yes, you will get projects from past fellows, but those are certainly not your only source of project work.
100%. Do we have another hand up? I don't want to say your name wrong. Shreyan?
You got almost right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Shayans. I'm an administrative intern at Johns Hopkins Medicine, and I think Stephen, this question would probably relate more with you because I'm also coming from a clinical background, and I really wanted to know how was how has that helped you in the fellowship program, and how does that contribute when you're approaching your projects?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that was my main question when I started this fellowship, if I'm being honest with you. And that's one of the questions I ask every leader Layla and I have met either together or separately. And, the overwhelming answer to that question is clinical experience is incredibly important to always understand how a project you're involved in.
I think you might have cut out there. But But yeah, Stephen has been,
affects the end user, which is the patient, but also.
sorry,
Sorry, I'm
Stephen.
back. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. Shreyans, I'm not sure where I left off, but the overwhelming answer is clinical experience is very important, and everyone values that. And clinical experience in a project is valuable, and everyone wants to hear your opinion. You know, everyone's been talking to me about nursing-driven projects, but even away from that, like finance, for example, nursing insight is very important in finance, and I would not have told you that before coming into the fellowship. So really, any clinical experience that you come in with will be incredibly valued and incredibly valuable to you as you go through the fellowship and projects.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's really great. Thank you.
I'll throw a question out there. Um, you both have very different experiences with being in the area. So I've never been to Detroit. I am a big fan of the TV show Detroiters, but that's off topic. But what have been y'all's favorite things about living in Detroit and even being like in the Henry Ford kind of network?
Yeah, Detroit wise, I just love how it's just a melting pot full of different cultures. It's so diverse. Food here is amazing. So if you like good eats, if you like good coffee shops, Detroit is the place to be. And then just along with Henry Ford Health too, the reason why I came was just because of that strong community presence there, where they have community health workers that are always out in community events. There is a Henry Ford truck almost everywhere that you're going. You always see their little vans everywhere. And just how powerful the community is when it comes to talking about Henry Ford Health has been something that I think is truly amazing. They love Henry Ford Health. They want to be part of it. They want to know what's going on. And then also too, I mean, the Henry Ford Health is paying it forward there. And the culture here is just so amazing. Like I said, I've been welcomed so warmly since I've been here to the point where people have been like, if you need help building your furniture, like let me know. Did you find a place to live? The former fellows actually helped me find my apartment that I'm living in currently. So it's been nice to have that just that community built there too. So
Yeah, to echo everything, you know, Detroit is still firmly in the Midwest, so we have our Midwest cultures, and like Layla said, everyone is very nice and welcoming here. I've lived here all my life, so I can say Detroit has seen an insane revitalization in terms of inner city and also outside of city. So wherever you decide to live, I, for example, do not live in the city, but I know there's always something happening in the city, and it's an exciting place to be. And there's a lot of economic development, like I alluded to in the presentation, that Henry Ford is a part of, but also plenty of other development going on with other, you know, very big companies like Rocket and Quicken Loans and that type of thing. So there's a lot happening, and this is a really up and coming place to be.
mhm.
That's great to hear. I mean, from the previous fellows that I've met, I mean, y'all have always had some of the best fellows, like the kindest people. But thank you both so much for coming on and giving the group some great information. Again, their information is, I think y'all dropped your info in the chat, but you can always find them on NAFCAS. But thanks so much, Layla and Stephen.
Yeah,
Thank you guys
of course.
very much.
We are really trucking along here today. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to the team at UVA. There you are.
Yes, hello, thank you.
Yes. And feel free to share your screen. Time's all yours.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. All right. Let me know. Can you see my webinar?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. Amazing. Well, it's so great to meet you, all of you, and I'm really excited to give you a rundown of our UVA Health University Medical Center Administrative Fellowship. So my name is Ketki. I just graduated with a master's in public health with a concentration in healthcare management from the University of Maryland, College Park. And this is my first month into this fellowship. Edie is out of office, but she's my second year fellow. And I have been loving it so far. So to give you guys a quick agenda, so first I'll give an overview about what UVA Health is and how the system is structured, a quick introduction to the fellowship, a little bit more about the fellowship experience, and then getting into the application process and timeline and opening it up for questions. So first, I would like to explain how UVA Health System. So we have 4 different hospitals. The fellows sit at the University Medical Center in Charlottesville, and we have 3 other smaller hospitals as part of our UVA Community Health wing that's around Virginia. And then we have the UVA Community Health Medical Group, which is like associated ambulatory clinics. Our academic side of this comprises of the Health Sciences Library, the School of Medicine, and the School of Nursing, and the University Physicians Group is what makes up our provider billing and some other benefits portion. So we're a big system, lots to learn, and our mission, which is encompassed by every different part of these different areas, is to transform health and inspire hope for all Virginians and beyond. And our vision is to be the nation's leading public academic health center and a best place to work while transforming patient care, research, education, and engagement with the diverse communities we serve. And even since I've been here, I've seen this really carried out in every day-to-day operation through our Aspire values. And this is our strategic plan, just to give you guys a quick overview of what's really driving our work in all different layers of our system. So 3 main buckets is really caring for our patients, our teams, and our communities, expanding excellence and advancing discovery, and strengthening our foundation. And this was newly refreshed, so it's been really interesting as a new fellow to see how this has been integrated in different teams. So as I mentioned, one part of the health system, so where we sit, is the medical center. So we are an academic medical center. We have roughly 680 beds, a variety of primary and specialty clinics. We are a level 1 trauma center. We have a gorgeous orthopedic center, and we are a nationally recognized designated cancer center. We are a part of America's Essential Hospitals as a member in advocacy and equity. For the past 5 years, we have been named the #1 best children's hospital in Virginia. For the past 2 years, we've received the Joint Commission Sustainable Healthcare Certification, and we are a magnet recognized organization, which really showcases our nursing and professional excellence. So our current preceptor and mentor, so Tammy Snyder just came in as our new CEO. She's joining us as from Rochester. She actually started her career as a fellow, so it's been really amazing, and I'm excited to work with her to really see how she, grew her career from a fellow to now being our new CEO. And then our more day-to-day mentor is Michael Marquardt, who's the Chief Financial Officer. So again, it's really nice to have 2 chiefs to check in with and really get good guidance from as we develop ourselves as healthcare administrators. So to give you guys a little bit of insight into our fellowship structure, so we are a 2-year program. The first year is a lot of rotation. So there's about 27 to 32 different rotations across population-based service lines, corporate support services, operational areas, quality and performance improvement. And throughout all of this, you get to meet with different health system leaders, which is really cool to get their opinions on our different strategic priorities, how they go about operations, governance, alignment. And I feel like the first year is really just gaining broad awareness to how this hospital functions and what's driving us, which is supplemented by different projects and core fellow duties like supporting cabinet and other meetings across the medical center. And, once you kind of develop that broad level awareness in the second year, you really dive into a focused area of concentration. So this can look like supporting a specific service line or a corporate area. You could serve as an interim leader with direct reports. So really jumping into a leadership role in your second year of your fellowship and, developing a further understanding of the health system. So this is just a sample first year rotation. The beauty of this fellowship is you honestly get out of it what you put into it. Like you can create your own rotation schedule for the most part in terms of when you want to rotate with certain teams, like kind of how you want to structure them, who you want to meet within them. So every fellow's rotation schedule looks a little bit different, and it's really tailored to your individual interests. And I'm not gonna, read through all of these, but we have such a range of different projects that fellows can be involved in. There really is no limit. Right now, a big priority is Joint Commission. So we are currently being involved with making sure that everything is, ready for us to be surveyed by them. And we're currently expanding our behavioral health services. So you can get, so I've gotten engaged in that as a project. And then some second year projects that fellows have done have been dedicated to supply chain, strategy team, or even managing a family medicine clinic and patient-friendly access. So lots of different opportunities. And as I kind of briefly touched on, additional to rotations, you also get to do project work. You get to contribute to strategic initiatives. We serve as a CAO's liaison to patient relations, so just kind of mediating those, organizing and attending the CAO's monthly leadership meetings, attending health system board meetings, and you also get to attend one professional conference a year, which is reimbursed. So it's also really cool that you get to network with people outside of this direct organization. And there are miscellaneous trainings and leadership development programs available to you in addition to all the great work you're already doing as a fellow. I currently am going to be starting I'm going to be starting the Project Management Academy, so I'm really excited to learn how to do project management in this setting. There's also the Be Safe Academy, which is our process improvement academy, Health Leadership Institute, which has lots of great trainings for how to kind of jump to the next step in your career, and also finance for healthcare leaders. So to touch on our application process a little bit, our application is currently open. The deadline is August 31st. So it's coming up. We hold interviews in September through October. We make our decision quickly after, and you would start the fellowship next July. So I just started July 6th of 2026. And what we require is an online application on Navcast, and then to supplement that, also an application package that's emailed to us to that email with your resume and a statement of interest that really touches on why you want to be a fellow here and how this fellowship will help you develop both personally and professionally, and just a little bit more about your goals, alongside official transcripts of your graduate education and 2 letters of recommendation. So aside from, the fellowship and all that great work, Charlottesville has been an amazing place to live. I moved down here from Maryland, and I have been really enjoying just exploring the downtown mall. They have really nice eats and good shopping places. I personally haven't been to Monticello yet, but it is high on my bucket list. It's home of Thomas Jefferson, so if you're a history buff, this is the place to be. There's also lots of great hikes, places to bike. It's just such a gorgeous place, especially in the fall. So I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, that's all I got for you guys. I'm happy to answer any and all questions. Okay. I was like, I don't know if I see a hand up, but Sharon's, your hand is up.
Thank you, Kate. I think that was a great presentation. Thank you for sharing your
Thanks.
experience as well.
Yeah, of course.
I had a personal question actually for you. I wanted to know what made you choose UVA Health and what are some factors that were important for you while applying?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest aspects of this fellowship that drew me here was the emphasis on rotations in your first year, and the fact that it's really structured flexibility. So there are key competencies and goals for a fellow to develop, but you also really get, the flexibility to run your own schedule, be in charge of your own calendar, and again, like I mentioned, rotate with teams as you want to. So, I kind of really wanted to rotate with like strategy, QPI, population health, nursing kind of sooner on. So I've been able to do that. So I think that freedom to kind of drive my experience is what really drew me here. In addition to that, the culture here is just amazing. I think it's just kind of embedded in the nature that all the leaders are always willing to, to talk me through their processes, to sit me down, let me shadow their work, given that we are an academic medical center. So those 2 things really, really drew me here, and I've really enjoyed it so far.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing
Yeah,
that.
of course. Okay, I see a question in the chat about what stands out to me and how we focus on patient care. Yeah, definitely. So I think as administrators, something that I've really enjoyed seeing here and something that I really value is having a very patient-centered approach to leadership. And I really see that embedded in all the different like larger leadership decisions that are being made. They have a really big patient engagement and employee engagement team. And with every decision that they make, they always try to, think about how can we pull the patient in to get their opinions? How can we talk to families and really keep them at the center of everything that we do? So it's really grounding. And again, I think this fellowship, given that we get to rotate in different clinical areas, also just kind of like um, is a more intimate connection to the work we're doing day to day. Yeah, of course. So I see Randolph has a question in the chat. What does a current day of work look like for me? Given that I just started the program, what has surprised me the most? That was not mentioned to me beforehand. So I can start. A current work day looks different every single day. It depends who I'm meeting with, who I'm rotating with, what the project I'm working on currently is. Um, I really appreciate that the culture of this company is, they value face-to-face meetings. So if I'm meeting with somebody in the organization, I'll be, finding where their office is and going to chat with them, grab coffee, grab lunch. But I guess to give more of a concrete answer, I would say a good chunk of it is doing those rotational meetings. And then it's, um, doing my fellowship duties and working on projects. And yeah, it looks different every day. And I think that's really fun. It keeps you on your toes. And I can't say anything has really surprised me. I think it's just really exceeded my expectations. This was, this is like truly everything that I was looking for. So nothing's like, nothing's really surprised me. That's a good question. Yeah, of course.
I can throw a
Emily, yeah,
question
let's
out
see.
there.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, of course.
in terms of professional development opportunities, I mean, for specifically for fellows, but also just generally across the organization and in kind of administrative side, what opportunities are out there for y'all? Like, are there conferences that fellows get to attend, or any sort of like reimbursement? Do you get to choose the conferences you go to?
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So we do get reimbursed to attend one professional conference a year. So I'm currently thinking about which one I want to attend. So I think that's a really cool opportunity to network outside of this direct organization. And then in addition, there's just so many to even to even count. I would say one great resource is I've currently actually been looking into is all the different training opportunities on our HR website. I'm hoping to take like they have a dare to dream. They have like how to prepare yourself to go from like team member to leader, certain aspects of how to like do budget planning and there are structured resources for honestly anything you'd want to learn as an administrator on, our organization's HR resources. And then in addition to that, everyone here, if I have a question like, oh, I kind of want to learn a little bit more about patient progression, just setting up one-on-ones, all the administrators here are really open to doing that. So that's been my preferred and most common way to learn, just getting a one-on-one, getting to shadow. Um, and I also think the opportunity to serve as an interim leader in the second year is really meaningful because, you do all this great learning in your first year and then you can really apply it and see what it's like to lead a team.
Yeah. Do you know which conference you think you're gonna head to this year?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
I
Keeping
know
an eye out.
a lot of folks choose ACHE,
Yeah,
but there are a lot out there. I mean,
so many. There's so many good
yeah,
ones.
there are a lot, there are a lot. We have one that's every fall, but yeah, also know of some fellows who um also sort of trick the system. So they choose the conference that they want to go to, and then they convince them to also pay for ACHE, and then they just table at
That's beautiful.
ACHE's fellowship fair. So they
You
gotta
get
get two
both.
points. Yeah.
Maybe I should do that. Um, okay, so I see another question in the chat. Can I speak a little bit more about how it being a public academic health center that's closely tied with the school affects the relationship, shapes the type of administrative and organizational work that I do? Yeah, definitely. I think it kind of drives a lot of the work that we do as we really try to make sure that we are on, on par and exceeding expectations for best practice. I think it really keeps us on our toes for the research that's out there, the literature that's out there, and making sure that we're aligned with that. So I think when thinking about, operational workflows or, space planning, just all that stuff. And then what I'm looking forward to in the coming months within the program, so much. I'm looking forward to so much. I think the main thing I'm looking forward to is getting more involved with my projects and really being able to see, a project from start to end and what that process looks like. As I mentioned, we have Joint Commission coming up, so really excited to see how we make sure we're aligned with regulatory guidelines, just all across the hospital. That's the hospital-wide effort. And we have a lot of behavioral health expansion work, and I came into this program with a big interest in behavioral health, so really excited to get more involved in, strategic planning and operations related to that. So yeah, thanks so much. I don't see any other questions. Malia, do you have any other questions?
I can come up with some. Let's think. I mean, your presentation really covered a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was
Thanks.
And it's hard to leave me without words as a former theater kid, so this is a tough one. Um, in terms of your personal recruitment process,
Yeah.
were there any skills that you brought into interviewing that you feel like you could pass along to the group and, or things that you learned beforehand for interviewing that you feel like really helped you land the role?
Yeah, I think I'm sure everyone's heard this advice before, but the STAR method is I live by the STAR method when it comes to people asking you questions. I think because a fellowship covers so many different areas, and the questions are really like about your interests and what you want to get out of this program. You can go on a lot of different tangents. So I just really practiced like sticking to a STAR method and having my route why and what I want to get out of this and how I'm aligned kind of showcased in all my different responses.
Awesome. Yeah. And then just want to make sure, did you drop any information in the chat by chance?
Oh no, I can go ahead and do that. I can throw in our link tree that has our application link and our upcoming webinar on August 20th. If you guys want to join that and ask more questions as well. And feel free to email us at that. I'll send it in the chat, but feel free to email us there and also connect with me and Edie on LinkedIn. Happy to answer any other questions you guys might have. There we go. And then I'll put in the email.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
We technically have about 5 minutes left. I know Shannon's already on the call, so we could move on, but I want to make sure
Okay.
that, if there are any remaining questions or any wisdom you'd like to pass along to the folks on the call, it's all yours, So
Maybe I'll give you guys 4 minutes back of your time at the end. It is Friday. So, but thanks so much for having me. Really excited to continue the conversation.
thank you so much.
All right, bye.
All right, Shannon, the floor is all yours. Thanks for coming on a Friday.
Of course. Happy Friday, everybody. I'm just going to take a minute to get my screen up and going. I was having a little bit of tech issues and being able to show the screen I wanted when I was kind of testing it out. So I might need a minute or so. So let me work on that. Hopefully this works out well. Nope, it's still flipping the wrong way. But that's okay. I just came from another location, and so sometimes I find it doesn't work the way it's supposed to sometimes when I switch, but I'm going to come here. All right. Are you able to see my just one slide by
Yep.
itself now?
You got it. Yeah, it's perfect.
All right. Did y'all see the Teams chat that came up on my screen also, or no?
No.
Okay. This is a little different tech than I had to do a workaround today, so I appreciate you all having me here. So my name is Shannon Berg, and I'm the program manager for the Ochsner Health Administrative and Finance Fellowship Program. It is one cohort, our admin and finance fellows together, but we recruit at two different times. So currently, we are recruiting for our administrative fellows who will be in our 2027 cohort. The deadline is going to be on August 28th. And then our finance fellows are going to be restart recruitment in November, and their interviews will be February or March of next year. We haven't confirmed the exact dates yet, and they will also be in our 2027 cohort. So I'm going to tell you a little more about Ochsner. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're looking for in a candidate, what are the benefits, and what do you gain from an Ochsner fellowship, and then go over a little bit about the application process and the requirements. Okay, so I want to first just tell you a little bit about Ochsner. We really believe in helping to develop our community, building healthier communities. Louisiana tends to be last on the list when it comes to smoking and obesity, and Ochsner really believes it's important that we help our community become healthier. And it's a big focus of ours, as well as working with various agencies and other healthcare systems to ensure that we're moving Louisiana in the right direction. We really believe our patients come first, and that is in all of our decisions that we make is, we keep a seat open for the patient because that's who we really need to think about when we're making decisions. Trust, caring, communication, psychological safety, and really having our team feel empowered is really important to us. And this shows in what our strategic priorities are. We used to have a lot of different things on the sheet about what are our priorities, where's our destination. And we really realized it comes down to three things: access to care, quality of care, and experience. And experience is both our patients' experience and our employees' experience, because we want to engage and retain happy and fulfilled employees, and that will in turn create a positive experience for our patients, along with the access and quality of care. We also believe in our culture of belonging and excellence. That is really important to us. And to tell you a little bit more about Ochsner, some people feel like, oh, Ochsner, that's a hospital in New Orleans. Well, we're actually 46 hospitals, whether we own them, manage, or we're affiliated specialty hospitals. We have 370 healthcare and urgent care centers, 4,900 physicians. We have patients not only from all throughout Louisiana, but also every state and 63 countries seek out their care from Ochsner. Ochsner New Orleans even has a hotel attached to it because we have so many people who come and stay at Brent House Hotel, which is the hotel adjacent to Ochsner, and their families can stay there and the patients can stay there while they're waiting. So the reason why these numbers are also important is to show you, as a fellow, there are ample opportunities for projects and for rotations. Just to give you some idea, the upper right-hand corner will show you our new Neurosciences Center. It is just finalizing being built. I believe it's going to open in October, and it's really going to be the most amazing neurological care that you have in the South between Houston and Atlanta. It's going to have art therapy, music therapy. They're going to have a swimming pool for therapy. There's also a mock home so that if you're trying new technology before we send you home, maybe you have ALS, so you're going to use an eye scanner to help you move around or to work things. You're going to be able to practice it in this environment with a healthcare team before we send you home. So it's really going to change how we're able to treat people with neurological issues. And then the bottom is a drawing of what we're currently building right now next to Ochsner Medical Center. And this is directly across from the Neurosciences Center. And that is our expanded Ochsner Children's Hospital. We currently have it built within Ochsner Medical, but it's getting a huge dedicated space, and it's really going to impact the quality of care that we're able to give to our smallest patients in the region. And it's really exciting that we're continuing to grow and expand, not just in New Orleans, but in the other areas that we have as well. So I just wanted to share that with you. This is every red dot is where we have administrative fellowships. So Ochsner LSU is in Shreveport. And then we also have Baton Rouge, North Shore, Ochsner, New Orleans as well. And then our finance fellows are based at Ochsner, New Orleans. And the reason why I'm showing you this list of people is these are just some of our former fellows. The Ochsner Fellowship has been around 55 years. So a fellowship is not a new program for Ochsner Health. It is how it has been a fast track for leadership, and it is a pipeline for leadership at Ochsner. We want people to come, we train you, and we want to retain you. So just an example, you can see the CEO of Ochsner Baptist, the CEO of Ochsner Medical Center, and of our community care are all former Ochsner fellows. And you'll see there's AVPs and directors and program managers and various people who have gone through the program. Our executive sponsor and our executive co-sponsor are both former fellows of the Ochsner Fellowship Program. And then we have former fellows in finance, including CFOs and COOs and AVPs and directors, revenue cycle, supply chain, nursing, and pharmacy. So we have a very strong culture where people understand what a fellowship is, and there's a lot of doors that open to networking and opportunity and projects with our fellowship program. For the administrative fellows, it is an 18-month program. For the finance fellows, it is a 24-month program. You are together the first 12 months in where you're really leaning in and learning. That learning is rotations. We always do a hospital rotation, a clinic ops rotation, a revenue cycle, and then there's also opportunity for some individualization based on what your interests are. You may want to have a rotation in quality, or there may be a different area that you would like a rotation in, and that's something that you would discuss with your preceptor and personalize it. You're also going to have required leadership education, which we call SEALS training over here at Ochsner. That's with me and with subject matter experts, so I help coordinate that. So we really teach you how to be an effective leader. How do you have difficult conversations? How do you give feedback? How do you give an annual performance review? So we discuss it and we practice those type of conversations. We bring in an AI called Udly, and we utilize Udly to help with learning how to communicate. You can go to my LinkedIn, look a little down. About 3 weeks ago, you'll see an article from Udly that I posted about Ochsner's partnership with Udly and how it's utilized. And then, of course, many different projects that you work on as well. Then the last 6 months, you stay and you really maybe go into an interim role, or you may go into some additional rotations because you really wanted to experience a different department and see what it's like. These are just some of the examples of projects that people have worked on. I won't read them out loud, but I'll give you a second to look over it. And then what's in it for you? It's our culture, It's our visibility. It's high visibility work when you're a fellow. It's networking with executive leaders. It's opportunities. I mentioned all the different ways we're expanding and developing yourself as a leader. Tell you about some of the benefits. It is a paid position. It's $60,000 a year for their first year plus a $5,000 bonus. So that's $65,000. And then your second year, starting month 13, $65,000. You get paid time off, 9 paid holidays, including Mardi Gras, a medical, dental, and vision insurance, a 401k match, various employee discounts. I mentioned the sign-on bonus and potentially a yearly bonus. Also, you'll be working with the Ochsner Leader Institute, of which I'm a part of, and that's where we ensure that you're getting the professional development. You also have the opportunity to earn yellow belt, green belt elite certifications through the Ochsner Lean program and our project management office. That's at no charge. And we also provide $1,750 to go toward attending an education conference or perhaps a certification that you would like to get. So those are some of the benefits. And then life as a fellow, you get to go to leadership events, executive mentorship, Ochsner system events. So these are our fellows at the annual Moonlights and Miracles Gala. Different types of training, unique opportunities. These are our fellows at the Ochsner Suite at a Saints game. They get invited every year. We're going next weekend to the first preseason game. And then community service is really important. The first picture with the 3 ladies, they are our fellows that were at the Ochsner Children's Activity STEM tent at Jazz Fest. So they were able to volunteer for a shift, and then they got in free to New Orleans Jazz Fest. That's always an exciting musical lineup. And then the other picture are some of our finance fellows with Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus. Mrs. Benson, who owns the Saints and the Pelicans, has a very strong partnership with Ochsner, and she hosts Mrs. Benson's holiday kickoff every December for our pediatric patients and for community school children. It is the most amazing holiday party I've ever been to, and I always recommend people attend it and the fellows get to work on it. I mentioned inclusivity earlier. These are our employee resource groups. These are free to join. We have a very robust cultural observance calendar. So we observe Black History Month, Juneteenth, Hispanic Heritage Month, Lunar New Year. We veteran holidays, women, young professionals, exceptional abilities. That could be ADHD or other things. So we really have a spot and a place for everybody. What we're looking for an Ochsner leader, we look at your capabilities, we look at your experiences, what you bring to the table, and what experiences can we provide to you when you are a fellow. We look at your traits and we look at your values, your commitment, and your purpose. So the candidate profile, it's 3 things we're looking for. We're looking for people who are hungry, meaning you are curious, you ask questions, you're humble, you're showing empathy, and you're smart. Both academically smart, but equally important, we're looking for people with high emotional intelligence. So the application steps, it is a 1-step process this year. You will upload all your required documents through the Ochsner career links and Workday. So you fill out a job application online through our career site. You will upload the required documents. The required documents are a resume, a transcript, and a personal statement. It is optional to upload the letters of recommendation. We know that sometimes people will not give you the letters of recommendation. They want to send them in directly. So in those cases, the letters of recommendation will be accepted through email to adminfellow@ochsner.org. So I'm going to put the link to our website in the chat at the end, and everything that I'm sharing with you about required documents is also on our website. So again, the personal statement, the resume, we do ask that you put your GPA on the resume, even though you're sending a transcript, because everybody formats their transcripts differently. And sometimes it's kind of difficult to tell what your cumulative GPA is. So it would be helpful if you put it on your resume. It's really important that I let you know that we do reserve the sponsorship of H-1 visas for medical staff only. We do not sponsor administrative or finance fellow citizenships. And even if you have a student visa now, we would need someone who will never need our sponsorship to be a fellow, because the goal is to retain you moving forward. Your personal statement, we ask for it to be 1 page. We want to know why Ochsner. That's really important. And we want you to tell us a reflection that highlights an experience shaping your career choice. Those are the 2 things I would really stress. You also need to graduate before August 2027, or if you're in a program where they require a fellowship to graduate, then we do need you to have at least completed your coursework prior to August 2027, and the only thing you need is a fellowship in order to graduate. Looking at the timeline, our deadline is Friday, August 28th at 11:59 p.m. If you get chosen for an interview, I always tell people pencil this in case I call you. We'll be scheduling 15-minute Zoom interviews Monday, September 14th. If you're chosen for an on-site interview, I would call you back on the 15th or 16th at the latest and let you know that on-site interviews will be on Wednesday, September 23rd. They will be in New Orleans on the 23rd. They will be in Baton Rouge, and then we're also going to have Shreveport. So there are 3 different locations that we will have interviews. So if you are interviewing for the Shreveport Fellow, you would interview in Shreveport. For Baton Rouge would be in Baton Rouge, and then for the North Shore or the South Shore of New Orleans, it will be in New Orleans. The fellowship will start tentatively Monday, July 26th of 2027. Whether you are in wherever you are based, you will come in for 1 week. The first week of August to New Orleans for onboarding. I just completed that today with our 2026 cohort. We've been together since Monday morning onboarding them. It's been a really wonderful week. If you do come in for on-site interviews, we do cover lodging, airfare, and some meals for that, as well as transfers to and from an airport if you do fly in for it. So we do try and cover pretty much all of your expenses. That's everything that I wanted to share. I don't know if anyone has any questions for me. This is our QR code. It'll take you to our website, as well as you can reach me at adminfellow@ochsner.org. I'm also going to put the website here. And any questions for me? Yes, hi.
Hi, Shannon. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm Shreyan Singh. I'm an administrative intern at Johns Hopkins Medicine. And the 3 criteria that you want in a fellow, hungry, humble, and smart, really stood out to me. I'd love to know from your own experience, what does that look like in practice when the fellow
Yeah.
is in the program?
Sure, absolutely. Hungry is, again, asking questions. Don't coming in assuming, oh, I have a master's degree, I know it all, or I have a PhD, I know it all. It's really coming in and realizing that you're here to learn, and that we want you to spend those first 12 months leaning into learning, shadowing, asking questions, doing different rotations and experiencing different things. So that's what hungry is. You could also say curious. And then humble is showing also empathy toward patients, empathy toward your colleagues, also coming with a spirit of humility to your work and to being a fellow. I think sometimes you may have people who may feel elitist, like they're the chosen ones because they're the fellows. And we don't want anyone to lead with that attitude. We really want you to show humility as a fellow. It's a wonderful, wonderful position to be in, and we want people to be humble about that and have the right attitude as they are in this time of learning. And then for smart, yes, academic smart, but high intelligence, high emotional intelligence. And I'll give an example of what I noticed this week with our new fellows. And it's very simple, but it's I think it's a good example. So I had them sitting in a classroom that was U-shaped so that we could all face each other and talk. And after people would come in and speak to them. We start with someone on the end and they'd introduce themselves. And maybe I'd start on the other end and they'd introduce themselves that way. But it was the same two people who would have to start introducing themselves. The next morning, people walked in and said, "Hey, let's switch up where we're sitting so it's not our same two new friends who we just met on Monday having to start the introductions. I'll start the introductions today." And then Wednesday, two other people offered to be the first people and to sit there. I didn't have to ask, I didn't have to say anything. They just walked in and realized, wow, my friends Sarah and Michael had to do that all day the first day. I'm going to take that burden and I'm going to sit in that first chair. I'll do it today, be the first one. That's an example.
That's so great to know. That's really fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome. It's a great question. Any other questions for me? Well, I hope you will consider the fellowship. If you have any questions, please reach out. I am the person who staffs the adminfellow@ochsner.org email, so it is me that you're getting when you email the inbox. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks so much, Shannon. It's always great to see you.
It's great to see you too. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. All right, y'all. We are at the last presentation of the day. I can't believe for those of you who have been on, Shrans, I'm basically looking at you. For those of you who've been on all 3 days the whole time, um, thank you so much for hanging out and sticking with it. For those who have not or have had to hop off for any other calls or anything, still thank you for attending and registering and staying in touch with us. The recording for all of this will be made available, but please be sure to hang on for this last session and ask questions and stay engaged. It's going to be a great one. So, Jamie, I see that you're on the call. I know we're a little ahead of time, like 10 minutes ahead of time-ish, or 5 minutes. But if you're ready to present, we're ready for you.
I will go ahead and share my screen. I am waiting for two others to hop on, but then we'll get started shortly.
Yeah, take your time. In the couple minutes while we wait, does anybody have any questions for me? I can answer NAFCAS questions, any questions about upcoming events, any resource questions, anything like that, if anyone's curious. Go ahead, Trent.
Thank you so much, Molly. I think for organizing these 3 days, it's been fantastic. I'm really grateful to have been able to attend. Just wanted to know, will we get an email with the recordings?
Yes, so you'll get it takes a while to process on my computer, I'll be very honest. So you should be getting an email with the recordings early next week. And that'll also include a link back to the original agenda where all of the presentations, if they've provided presentations or info flyers or websites or anything, they'll be linked there. And then anyone's like NAFCAS websites or anything will be linked. So you'll get them. Thank you. Oh, now I see Lila and Hannah. I think that's who we're waiting for.
Okay, great. I'm just trying to get this to. Okay. You guys see my screen? Okay, wonderful.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate you all being here and hopping on this Friday afternoon. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Lila Perutz, and I'm a second-year administrative fellow at WVU Medicine, located on our flagship academic medical center. in Morgantown, West Virginia. And I'm joined here with my co-fellows, Jamie DeRuyter and Hannah Warden, both first-year fellows for our tracks here at WVU Hospitals, and also our newest track, WVU East, which is a community hospital-focused track. So just want to take the next few minutes of your time to give a little bit of an overview of our program, our tracks, a little bit more about our organization, our culture, and some of the logistics about the fellowship. Next slide, please. So this is, well, I will say on our slides, we do have a video, and I won't show it for the sake of time, but I do recommend you all visit our website and watch our short little YouTube video on the fellowship. I think it does give a really great overview of our program, some of the key leaders, projects, and kind of basically, I think sums up the goals of the fellowship in general. So highly encourage you all to visit our website and check that out. But I want to start off by saying our mission statement for WVU Medicine, and that is to improve the health of West Virginians and all we serve through excellence in patient care, research, and education. And I will say we are a very mission-driven organization, West Virginia being a very rural state with a lot of complex needs. So WVU Medicine really takes pride in giving the top-of-the-line care to the entire state and those surrounding areas. A big goal you'll see throughout our system as we continue to grow is keeping care closer to home. So really emphasizing high quality care and building up our institutes, but also making sure that people can receive the same quality of level of care in their local communities. So a big focus of our organization, and you will learn that more as you learn more about the organization. Next slide, please. So a little bit about who we are. So this is a map of where our system hospitals are located. So we are growing very quickly. So we're now at about over 30 hospitals as we just recently acquired Independence Health System in southwestern Pennsylvania. But in terms of our tracks, so we are in 2 locations, as I mentioned. So we have our flagship academic medical center track, which is located in Morgantown, West Virginia, which you can see is indicated by the gold star right there, kind of on the Pennsylvania border. And so that's located at J.W. Rubin Memorial Hospital, which is one of the hospitals under the WVU Hospitals umbrella, which consists of a few different locations, which I'll get into more detail with. And then we have our newest track, and Hannah is our first fellow just starting this year, out in Berkeley Medical Center, indicated by the blue star in our Eastern Panhandle within WVU Medicine East, so really close to the DC DMV area. So as I mentioned, WVU Hospitals is kind of one business entity that houses our flagship academic medical center. But that includes a couple of different enterprises. So we have J.W. Ruby Memorial Hospital, which again is our flagship academic medical center. It's our largest facility in the WVU Hospitals family and in the health system, providing the most advanced level of care available to those citizens in the surrounding areas, as well as kind of conjoined with our School of Medicine, nursing programs, and all of the academic side. We also have one of our newer hospitals is WV Medicine Golisano Children's. So they are a standalone children's hospital, but they're actually connected to the main facility through like a overhead tunnel thing. So which is a really unique to a lot of different academic medical centers in the country. So again, they are West Virginia's largest group of primary and specialty care providers that are dedicated to the care of children, adolescents, and expectant mothers. They're home to several state-of-the-art centers, which are listed there. And again, just providing that high level care and expanding throughout the entire state, but located here in Morgantown. We also have Fairmont, oops, sorry, go back one second. We also have Fairmont Medical Center, which is a community hospital under that umbrella. So it's about 30 minutes south of Morgantown. So again, providing that really high quality emergency and inpatient care for the residents of the bordering county. So it also includes a 30-bed skilled nursing facility, which is really, really nice and really new and modern. So it's a great facility and services that we offer to residents in the surrounding area. We also have a very big behavioral medicine footprint. So we have Healthy Minds, Chestnut Ridge, BMed. So again, offering that full continuum of inpatient and outpatient services to treat those broad range of disorders and different issues in both children, adolescents, and also adults. And then we have a very, very big footprint of ambulatory clinics. So that top picture is one of our largest, which is called the University Town Center Clinic. So again, really increasing the footprint on our ambulatory scale with primary and specialty care needs.
Hi, everyone. Like Lila said earlier, my name is Hannah. I am the first year fellow at the WVU East track, which is focused on community health an academic leadership setting. So within WVU East, like she mentioned, within the Panhandle, there is about 5 different hospitals that are comprised in this region. However, within this fellowship track, you will be primarily located at 2. The first one is Berkeley Medical Center. It is about 100, a little shy of 200 bed hospital. There's comprehensive services, including an ICU. We have a NICU, pediatrics, behavioral health, active cancer treatment located on the campus, as well as advanced radiology. We are located in Martinsburg, West Virginia, which is in Berkeley County, and we happen to have the busiest emergency department within the state. And then our other facility that you will be spending time at within this fellowship track is a 25-bed critical access hospital. We have an emergency department on site there, general surgery, imaging services, as well as behavioral health and social services as needed.
So again, this just kind of gives an overview of our health system. This is 2025 by the numbers. We've already surpassed these numbers. Again, this says 25. We're now about 30 hospitals. We employ over 40,000 people. We're the largest employer in the state of West Virginia, which I think is pretty great. And again, kind of highlighting our 890-bed academic medical center there at the center of the health system in Morgantown, West Virginia. We have several licensed clinicians, beds. Clinic visits are increasing every year, as well as ED visits. So we are a very quickly growing health system. And then we have our institutes or our signature service lines. Again, they're headquartered here in Morgantown with the academic kind of wing there and using research and med students and all of those things. But they also support and provide and expand their footprint throughout the entire system, which I will give a little bit more of an overview here in just a second. Next slide. So first up, we have our Cancer Institute. They are a very fast-growing institute and service line. So again, located in Morgantown, providing oncology infusion services throughout the entire state. And I can't quite see, but I think it was $50 million was actually recently donated. So a lot of exciting things that are happening on campus. So later next year, we will start the construction of a brand new bed tower that's going to be dedicated to inpatient cancer services. So it will be a very large, comprehensive facility here on the Morgantown campus. Next up, we have our Eye Institute, which is one of our newer service lines, increasing that ophthalmology footprint. So before we start the Cancer Institute, we have to finish actually currently constructing the new Eye Institute Center. So they actually had a $233 million project. It's honestly, I think it'll be wrapping up later next fall. So that's going to be, you know, a lot of ambulatory ophthalmology services, but also serve as an ambulatory surgery center for ophthalmology and orthopedics as well. So a lot of exciting and busy project constructions that are happening on campus here and will be rapidly growing in the next couple years. We have our Heart and Vascular Institute, led by Dr. Vinay Badwar. He is an incredible surgeon and has brought a lot of expertise to the Heart and Vascular Institute as they continue to break innovations with different types of care. And honestly, just some amazing work and research that happens within our HVI. It's definitely one of our largest service lines, as there is a large need for the patients. Next slide. We have our Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute. I might be a little biased. I think they are the coolest institute. Some of the stuff that they do is really amazing work. That's led by Dr. Ali Rezai. And he has just been transformational to our system and has brought so much national attention as well. I encourage you all to go watch our 60-minute segment that was done a couple years ago on some of the focused ultrasound research and groundbreaking work that they're doing to treat different addictions as well as Alzheimer's. I got to kind of watch some deep brain simulations, some of these focused ultrasounds, and it's honestly pretty amazing the level of impact that it has on the patient's quality of life. So really amazing stuff happening there. And then lastly, we have our Critical Care and Trauma Institute. So they really employ a lot of skilled nurses, staff, as well as almost 30, I'm sure that's even higher, board certified physicians and trauma surgeons. So they're providing, you know, that highest level of care here at Ruby, but they're also, you know, deploying services and staff out throughout the entire state for maybe some smaller hospitals and facilities that don't have quite the infrastructure. So learning how we can be innovative to keep those people closer to home and in their hospitals, but still giving them that high level of care that they need. So it's just a quick snapshot just to kind of show you the scale of WVUH, you know, here at Morgantown compared to the entire health system. So again, about 40,000 employees total, but WVU hospitals we are the largest in the system. So employing about 10,000 of those employees come through here for Morgantown.
And here's a similar comparison for WVU East compared to the health system as a whole. Year to date, we have grown all the way to 2,600 as of in 2026. So that's really exciting. As we're growing new service lines and new access to different care pathways for patients, we are trying our hardest to keep up with keeping the staff as well aligned with that growth mindset.
So I just want to shout out some fun news articles and some exciting things that have been going on here in Morgantown at WVUH. As I mentioned, construction is kind of the theme this year, as there's been a large investment from donors in the system to really build up some infrastructure, not only here in Morgantown, but throughout the entire state. One of those big investments was $18.5 million will be sent to relocate and expand our outpatient behavioral health footprint. So as I mentioned, we have Healthy Minds Chestnut Ridge Hospital. So we'll be moving all of the outpatient services to another location to really expand that with the demand that's happening there, as well as being able to kind of emphasize the facility and bring on more services for the inpatient side. So really great work that's happening for the behavioral health side of things, which is a huge need in the state. Fairmont Medical Center, our smaller community hospital, again, they're in a very large construction project. This phase is phase 3, $68 million, basically to fund the construction of 3-story building, essentially building just rebuilding the hospital as this very old facility, expanding services, adding on new ORs, endoscopy suites, and just a lot more facility and ancillary supports. So you can see in that lower left corner is kind of a rendering of what the new facility will look like. As I mentioned, Golisano Children's Hospital. So that name is a little bit newer as of last year. So Children's recently received a $28 million gift from Tom Golisano, who is a very successful businessman, to join the Golisano Children's Alliance. So basically, we are selected out of a handful of different children's hospitals throughout the country to join this alliance to share excellence, services, expertise, and just kind of be a part of that collaborative group. So it's really exciting for them. And then again, J.W. Memorial Hospital was named #1 hospital in West Virginia. I believe this is the 7th consecutive year in a row, as well as Children's being #1 in the state as well.
As Lila mentioned, construction is a big topic right here within the system. Specifically out in the East region, WVU is investing a total of $260 million worth of expansion to increase capacity and modernize our facilities, especially to keep up with the population growth that is currently happening within the state, as we're located to a kind of a larger metropolitan area in the Northern Virginia region and Southern Maryland. We are trying to actively keep up with the amount of people that are moving to this region of the state. Specifically within Berkeley Medical Center, we'll be getting a brand new patient tower. It'll turn our 199 beds that are semi-private rooms to 316 private rooms by hopefully end of Q4 in 2028, as well as we are going to get a brand new LINAC vault, which that is for radiation and oncology services to actually keep a lot of patients receiving cancer services and care close to home. We're going to upgrade our emergency room. As I mentioned, it is the busiest emergency department within the state. We annually get close to 60,000 visits every year. So it's really needed. As well as at Jefferson, we're going to get a brand new ambulatory tower as we're getting more people within our region and kind of adding to that population growth. We want to be able to provide ambulatory services within locally in one kind of place that's easy for patients to see primary care doctors, any kind of specialty services and things of that nature. So it'll be a $60 million project, as well as we will add cancer infusion center to that portion of the state. And that'll be one of the only locations within that county that patients can receive cancer services. So super exciting, lots of growth. You'll hear construction a lot more throughout our presentation or anytime you read something within WVU Medicine for sure.
Alrighty, so a little bit about the culture here at WVU Medicine. So since 2014, we have grown tremendously, and we are now at 31 hospitals, pending 5 in Pennsylvania. I would say we are definitely a close-knit family within the walls within our academic center, but as well as our community hospitals. And I think that's truly something that sets WVU Medicine apart, is they want to invest in their employees and they truly want to have the best outcome possible, and they are here to support you. And that is going to tie into our army of preceptors that are here to support you over the 2 years of your fellowship, whether it be at the flagship track or at one of our community hospitals. So here for the WVUH track, we will have quarterly meetings with our system president, CEO, Albert Wright, and then we will get the opportunity to meet monthly with our president and CEO of WVUH hospitals, Michael Grace. I just had my one-on-one with him yesterday, and he is so excited to see the fellows grow and to have us be a part of the leadership team here. In addition, we meet weekly with the Chief Operating Officer and also the Executive Program Preceptor, Nathan Burt. And then we get the opportunity as fellows to meet weekly and all of the executive leadership teams that they have, the meetings that they have. We are actively involved in what's going on with the system and what is going on throughout the organization as well. And I'll let Hannah touch on the East.
Yes, so very similar structure on the East track. So we will get one-on-one monthly meetings with Mark O'Hearn, who is our executive program preceptor. He's the president of the East region for WVU, as well as he's the CEO of Berkeley Medical Center. We also get one-on-one monthly meetings with Nicole Dollison, who's the president and CEO of Jefferson Medical Center, which is our critical access facility. We get one-on-one meetings weekly, sometimes daily for me, with our vice president preceptors that are based on rotations. We also get that similar structure, part of executive leadership team meetings that happen on regular basis, as well as all communication that happens through the email thread of what's going on within our region as well.
So a little bit of the fellowship structure, what goes on within your 2 years here during the fellowship. So the first year, you are going to have 7 core rotations. Those will be in hospital operations, which is always going to be the first rotation to kind of get you oriented with the system and get a chance to see a little bit how the hospital operates on a daily basis. And then you will switch into all the following, which is finance, nursing operations, information technology, ambulatory, human resources, and then community hospital. And those will be 8 weeks during each rotation. And then for our second year, you get to choose 2 elective rotations that you are personally interested here. We have some examples down below, but you are not limited to that list. Lila is going to the Cancer Institution for one of her rotations. So it's whatever you are personally interested in. We want to let you explore that and see if that's an area that you want to further your career in. And then for the last 6 months of the fellowship at the flagship track, you will go into an intern leadership experience. So what that is you are managing a team, you are leading a team, you have a cost center. You truly get to see what it's like to be kind of out on your own, but also have the support of the executive leadership team if you need. And then Hannah will talk to the East track.
Yeah, absolutely. It's slightly different, but very similar to the WVUH track. So you'll have 9 core rotations in your very first year. They all vary kind of differently based on team size. So I just wrapped up with quality in IT so far, and I've moved on to my legal and risk management rotation. You'll spend time with leadership, operations, nursing operations, ambulatory, human resources. You'll spend time at the critical access facility that I mentioned earlier, which is Jefferson Medical Center, as well as you'll spend some time with finance. And then for the entire second year of the fellowship, you do get that interim leadership experience. So like Jamie mentioned earlier, a lot of the executive management team, whenever in your program preceptor, really tries to place you in an area that is needed for the organization at the time, as well as based on your interests from those previous core rotations. So it's been a great experience so far, and I've really enjoyed my first few rotations.
Great. Thank you so much, Hannah. So we get the opportunity to present during those core rotations that we have in our first year. You are actually working on a project that the leadership team has either noticed needs to be forthcoming or something that you get to help put an idea into action, which is very exciting. So like I stated, we get to be a part of all of these different groups. So the executive leadership team, we are presenting our projects to them and kind of what's been going on within the organization. In addition, you get to attend CEO Council, which is all of the CEOs within our healthcare system coming together, in addition to leadership forum, nursing leadership, nursing directors, quality and staff meetings. So you actively have a seat at the table. They want you to hear your ideas. They want you to be actively involved with all of this. And then we have Kelsey, who is a former fellow, is presenting an indoor navigation project that she did during her IT rotation that is still in action today around the hospital. So the projects that you get to be involved in get to typically stay within the hospital too, and you get to say that you had a part in that, which is very exciting. So a little bit about life in Morgantown. We are about an hour from Pittsburgh, which is very nice. So you get kind of the country living and the city living. Of course, we have football here within West Virginia, and then we have the baseball players actually went to the College World Series, which was very exciting for them, and we were very proud of how well that they did. In addition, we have Cheat Lake, which is a very beautiful area to spend some time in. And then if you enjoy hiking and camping, West Virginia is certainly the place for you to come. But there is so much to do, very close-knit community here. And I think anybody that is fortunate to come to Morgantown is going to realize that they absolutely love it as well.
I'll give a little bit of more information about life in the Eastern Panhandle and in Martinsburg and Ransom, where our two facilities are located. So the nice part about living in this area is that you get a little bit of the best of both worlds with community and rural living, as well as the benefits of living near a major metropolitan area with specific suburbs that interests you. So we're about an hour and a half away from DC and the Northern Virginia area, as well as Baltimore. And you can do a lot of things within DC. So you can go to the National Mall, see all of the historical sites, as well as catch a couple professional games, whether that's the Commanders, the Nationals, the Capitals for hockey, things like that. As well as located within the Eastern Panhandle, there is a lot of neat features to this region of the state. Apple picking within orchards is really popular here. I'm excited to experience that this fall, as well as there's numerous farmers market and festivals going on every single weekend, as well as whitewater rafting on the Potomac is really popular here. So lots of cool things to see. If you're a history buff, it's a really neat area, specifically for like Civil War and Revolutionary War and things like that.
So I think all three of us can testify that we are having such a great time during our fellowship. We got to start something new this year as we brought on the Eastern Panhandle for a fellowship. So we actually invited the fellows from Berkeley and Jefferson and the summer residents to come see us here at Ruby, and then vice versa. We went there as well. So you could see us here at Berkeley Medical Center, getting to see some of that construction and learning how they're truly being able to give back to their community and keep them as local as possible, which was super rewarding to see. We have Haley on the top there on one of the floor cleaners, and she was very excited to do that. And then we also get the opportunity to attend the ACHE conference every single year. So we have Haley and Lila down there getting to attend last year, and we were very excited to attend again this year. And we have Hannah holding a little baby kangaroo, which I think is adorable. So we truly get to be involved in every single thing that we do. We have summer residents as well for 12 weeks, and we like to get them involved. So we are a very close-knit family here, but we are also very actively involved throughout the whole organization, not just the area that you get the fellowship in. So our application cycle is currently open and it is closing at the end of the month. So we are anxiously waiting to have all your applications hit our end baskets. For WVUH, we are holding our first round interviews, which is a Teams meeting. So just like what we're doing now on September 8th and 9th, and then we will hold on-site interviews on September 16th and 17th. Same thing for the East. They're breaking up their first round interviews, one week, one the other week, and then they will also have on-site interviews on September 14th and 15th.
I'll give a little bit of background for our application requirements. We ask that you submit your current resume, 3 letters of recommendation, a transcript. We prefer an official one, or you can submit an unofficial one of your completed graduate courses, as well as a narrative statement. We ask that you put your long-term career goals that you want to accomplish through this fellowship, as well as how your interest in healthcare management has developed over time. as well as we ask that this be less than 500 words if possible.
Okay, so just want to quickly wrap us up here. So for our applications platform, so for both tracks, we do two separate applications platforms. And I will say all of this information is laid out on our website too, if you need to refer back to it. So if you would like to apply to our flagship track here with WVUH, we just ask that you submit all of those materials to one single PDF format sent to our WVUM Admin Fellowship email. And again, all of this can be found on our website. If you'd like to apply to WVU East, we would just ask that you navigate to our careers page, WVU Medicine Careers, and just search Administrative Fellow. It should be the only one on there, and you can just submit the same application materials. Hannah, I don't know if you wanted to add your little blurb about the.
Yeah, absolutely. So within the Workday application, there will be a portion that says resume/cover letter. Please feel free to submit all of your application materials to that part of the application. We should receive all 5. And if you do not think that all 5 was submitted, just feel free to email the WVUM Administrative Fellowship email that's at the top, and we'll make sure we get all those materials from you.
So if you'd like to apply to both, you absolutely are able to do so. We just ask that for our communication purposes, if you could just indicate a ranking, if you have a preference, 1 over 2, in your personal statement. That just kind of helps us navigate, as we have a lot of overlap in candidates. So you don't have to apply to both. You can apply to one or the other, or you're welcome to do so, but just keep in mind that they are 2 separate applications. So I think that's all the content we have. I'll leave you there with our contact information. We have our Nathan Burt and Marco Hearn, our preceptors, if you would like to reach out to them and ask them any questions, or we're always happy to reach out to us and we can set up some one-on-one time to chat more if you have any additional questions. But I just want to make sure we give you guys a few minutes. I know we're a little short on time to ask any questions that you all might have, or feel free to reach out to us one-on-one. Thank you. All right, there's a question in the chat. How are current fellows contributing to those expansion projects, and what role do you expect the next fellowship cohort to have? So I will say, Hannah, you might have a little bit more exposure into some of the active construction that's going on. I'm going to start my Cancer Institute rotation next September, so I imagine there's a lot of operational planning going on right now, kind of going through the construction companies and figuring out the clinic spaces and inpatient beds. So I imagine I'll probably get plugged into some of that. Hannah, if you have anything you're working on out east.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will begin my nursing operations rotation in about a month and a half. And we're in kind of the window of planning for the entire project where we're looking at staffing for all of our floors. So it's going to be an 8-bed inpatient tower. So right now they're kind of looking at what our current census is on all of our floors and determining how many nurses they will need, especially for those specific ratios of nurse to patient, as well as kind of looking at what we currently have for locums, as well on our provider side and travelers. So you get to see a lot of from like a workforce development standard, and then you can go out on the actual project site. I'm very close with our VP of operations. Anytime I'm curious of what they have going on down there, I can just go get a hard hat and a vest and just talk to some of the construction crew and see what they've got going on, what challenges they're facing, and there's been any hiccups so far within the construction process. So you can kind of, whatever interests you about the expansion, they're more than happy to explain any of that aspect. So that's what I've got.
And then second question, where are administrative fellows primarily based during the program? Are fellows expected to be based in West Virginia, or are there opportunities to work with WVU Medicine locations in Pennsylvania as well? That's a really great question. So as of now, our fellowship programs are both housed in Morgantown, West Virginia, as well as Martinsburg, West Virginia. So that's kind of where, we work and day to day. I will say I did my community hospital rotation at Uniontown Hospital in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. It's south of Pittsburgh, just kind of north of the West Virginia PA border. So that was a really great experience, and I loved it. I'm from southwestern Pennsylvania, so I will say, so as of right now, there's no active fellowship locations at any of our Pennsylvania hospitals, as we're just bringing them onto the system. But there's a lot of integration work that is happening. I know our summer residents got to do some site visits up to Westmoreland County to one of our newer, really larger facilities. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity in the future and as well as future job opportunities as well. But for now, the current, I guess, home base for the fellowships is those locations in West Virginia. Great questions. Any other questions? Oh, Shreyans, you have your hand up?
Hi, Laila. So nice to see you again. Thank you so much for this presentation. I really found the leadership position, the interim leadership position, very interesting. I wanted to know, does that then develop into a full-time role, or what does that look like?
Yeah, great question. So I think it could be, yes. So I will say our most recent fellow graduate, that was kind of the case for her. She had a really great experience in the ambulatory world. And it so happened there was some movement within a department that she was interested in. So she got to interim serve as an associate administrator for OBGYN, and they liked her and she really did well in the role. So she transitioned to that full term and actually kind of ended her fellowship a little bit early to fill that role. So that was honestly like best case scenario. But there's also times where sometimes it might just not be the best fit, and I think that's okay. And that's kind of the point of the interim leadership. So we've had fellows that have gone into surgical services interim, like in a management role, and did really well, but maybe that just wasn't where they wanted to or where their passions were. So they ended up getting a job in a different area. So, like I said, just it's a great opportunity to maybe you do like it and it works really well and you can transition full time. But maybe it's just something to kind of get your feet wet a little bit on being a manager. But our leaders here will make sure that they can get you a job. And so we really want to retain fellows and really want to grow our fellows within our system. So if it doesn't work in one area, that's okay. I think it's a great learning experience, but they'll make sure that you find your home somewhere else that fits better. So it could be both.
Thank you so much.
Of course, great question. Anything else from anybody? All right. Well, hearing none, I really appreciate everybody's time today on this Friday afternoon. I hope you all have a great weekend, and please feel free to reach out with any questions that you might have as we come up on our applications. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much. What a great presentation.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we can round it out on our Friday afternoons.
Yeah, it was awesome. Well, thank you all for joining. It's been a great day and an even better 3 days across all the presentations we've had. The WVU information is in the chat, and then also you'll get it in the meeting notes and the recordings and all that good stuff. Lila, Hannah, and Jamie, if you need anything from me, please feel free to reach out. But I hope everyone else has a great rest of your day and best of luck on your fellowship endeavors. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Malia. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.